12 noon, and we're ready to begin. Are there any additions or deletions to the agenda, John?
There are no additions or deletions to the agenda.
Okay. At this time, we have public comments. Are there any members of the public here who wish to make comment? I'm going to pick our illustrious former commissioner, Dorothea Ferris. Dorothea, won't you come forward?
Can you get through? Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm here very briefly this afternoon as a representative of Colorado Parks and Wildlife.
Could you, Dorothea, could you state your name just for the record?
I'm Dorothea Ferris, member of Colorado Division of Wildlife, now Colorado Parks and Wildlife. And what we have been doing is taking our directive to make DOW efficient, effective, and transparent. We have spent 8 months meeting, we being the Parks Board, which includes Bill Kane from this area, and the Division of Wildlife Board, which includes me representing environmental agencies on that board. So it's been a 14-member board that has met for 8 months to come up with a mission, to come up with recommendations for the size of the board, which varies in anyone's idea, anywhere from 5 to, 14 is what we have. It was suggested to us that we look at 11. And this direction came to us one morning when no one on our board or our director knew it was coming. So we've, I think, responded very adequately, appropriately, and with a sincere intent to make it right. We have the legislative declaration that says what we're going to do. We came up with a mission statement that, as you know, can take a full day. And we decided to compose, the structure would be composed of people in certain characteristics. For example, 2 voting members who are ag landowners or producers, crop production and livestock production. 2 members who are sportsmen and sportswomen who have purchased or applied for a hunting or fishing license. And the reason for that is that so much of our money comes from the federal government and it's based on those purchases. So you have to understand that money situation first, and with a reasonable knowledge of that. 2 members who are involved in outdoor recreation, and that's accommodation to a large degree for the parks involvement, and a county commissioner, and 1 voting member who is a member of a nonprofit organization that supports and promotes conservation, and that right now is me. 3 voting at-large members, and 2 non-voting, who is the DNR and the Commissioner, Department of Agriculture, who is John Salazar right now and Mike King. So that's what we are hoping to have put into a statute in June. We've suggested that on June 30, we're done. On June or July 1st or whatever, we have a new board. So that there's some transition in this. Some of the new people remain. We have no idea. We have no idea what's going to happen. And the governor can do this without Senate approval during some off session or whatever. So we would be able, on June 30th, existing terms end on midnight, and the appointments would be made prior to that, and we would continue, and then hope for Senate confirmation in the 2013 session. Now, we've asked for staggered terms and all that stuff you know about. I just wanted you to know that this group is working. It's working very seriously to make sure this happens. Ron Velarde is from the DOW, the staff person who's been designed to work with Rick Cables, who is our new director, who, as many of you know, came from the White River National Forest Regional Director for a time. And so they've been working together, and they're looking at the structure inside. We, as a board, are looking at the structure as a board and what the board does, and they're looking at the other structure. If you would like, we can come back, say, after June and have a work session. And I wanted to come and bring you up to date and ask you if you want to do that, because Pitkin County, I'm very proud of the way Pitkin County uses and recognizes the value of the Division of Wildlife. And the information that is available through that division and the research that goes into the wildlife and the habitat and how it affects your decisions for land use. And I'm really proud of Pitkin County for listening to the people here, and I'm proud of the people who work in this part of the state who give you decent, good, honest, accurate information. So I just want to, one, thank you for that respect for what they do, and to say we're willing to present a workshop or anything you want after this is all sifted through the state legislature and comes down to something definite, if that's what you want.
Great, thanks, Dorothea. What's the new symbol going to be? Is it going to be a mountain sheep? It's not going to be on a picnic bench?
No, you see the new mountain behind here?
Okay.
Yeah, that's the new
So
mountain.
it's relatively unchanged.
That was harder than a mission statement.
Yeah, I can imagine.
We were not giving, DOW was not giving up that RAM.
Right.
And Parks was not giving up their mountains. And
Well, that seems like...
it really, you can pass this around. That's the little pin. It looks pretty good, but we've had a few laughs as well. But we have the new symbol.
I think we'd like to have a work session. I'll ask the other commissioners. Jack?
Yeah, Dorothy, as the legislature, the session evolves, if there's some feedback that you want to share with us,
Yes.
Rachel and I are always available, I'm sure.
Okay, perfect. Because, it's going to be in their hands, and some of them want more in their hands than I want in their hands, as you might guess.
Bob?
Thank you, Dorothea, for this update. I wonder if it might be wise for us to have a informational session before it goes to the state legislature, so we could endorse and help move things along within the state legislation, as opposed to an update after.
Okay, and it all depends on how, we were told the morning that it was to be approved in the state legislature that this was what was happening. We had a meeting with Gail Schwartz and Sonnenberg from the representative and the governor saying, you will do this, and it's being voted on this afternoon.
Okay.
So depending on how things evolve, yes, that was exactly what I wanted to hear from you, is that we need your help.
Yes, George.
So,
We need 4 more of those.
I'll get them next meeting.
I was going to palm that one.
Yeah.
You like that?
George, Jack in line.
Dorothea, how are those appointments being made? Would they be made by the governor
The
himself?
governor makes the
And
appointments.
then would the public, or would we have the ability to provide input or lobby?
It's up to them.
We
In
don't
the
know.
past, there are people who say, it took me 7 years to get nominated for and interviewed by the Senate and appointed. But the governor nominates, and I did this, was on and was off, and then was on again. So it's obviously a political appointment. I am currently, I'm not the only woman on the board. Lena Watson from Parks is on the board also. So all those factors enter in. There are those who feel that there should be 3 from the ag community and 3 from the sportsman community, and that's it. And so it all depends on what comes out of the legislature. So I appreciate your, I will fire a question to you if I need help in representation and in recognizing this area. This area is unique and different and houses the most key hunting and fishing areas in the state. And we know that, and that's where the funding comes from, and it's a recreational area. We need to protect our areas, and you guys have always been involved in that. So I will make sure you're aware.
Dorothea, thank you very much, and we deeply appreciate the efforts of the DOW on behalf of all our wildlife, and we have a great relationship.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, all of you. See you later. Bye, guys.
Doug, was that efficient enough for you?
Effective is not
Michael, she won't let me talk in public meetings because I get too radical.
Okay. So are there any other members? I think we have Jim Marcalunas here, so I'm going to call on Jim next, if that's okay with you, Jim.
Thank you, Michael.
right here.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a director. I see that.
Jim, would you just identify yourself?
Oh, I'm sorry. Jim Marcalunas, resident of Pitkin County and Aspen. I overlooked one thing. I want to apologize on my salutation. I forgot to include ladies. I had this gentleman, so I want to apologize to Rachel, even though she's not here, that I didn't mean to overlook her. If I can hand these out, and you can maybe give this one to Rachel when she's basically. Okay. For our members of the public, what I'm here for is to request the county commissioner's support in our endeavors to place a commemorative plaque on the historic Midland Bridge, which I notice you have a photograph there. That looks to me like that might be a Jackson photograph. I'm not sure, but chances are that was taken by William Henry Jackson. You know, he was great. But if you also notice in your packet, what I'd like to show, maybe I think the cameras. I'm not sure where there it is.
They'll find you.
The camera. This is a picture of the historic Midland Bridge, and if you'll notice that the beautiful ironwork is a tribute to the craftsmanship of the period. So what I would like to ask is the commissioner's support as a citizen of Aspen, and I'll read from this letter here. It says, as a citizen of Aspen, I request your support and endorsement to honor the memory of D.R.C. Brown Sr. for his generous contribution to the citizens of Pitkin County of the historic Colorado Midland Bridge, also known as the Colorado Midland Railroad Bridge, also known as the Midland Bridge or the Old Maroon Creek Bridge, by endorsing our request to call the Department of Transportation granting us permission to place a commemorative plaque on said bridge recognizing D.R.C. Brown Sr.'s contribution to the state of Colorado, the county of Pitkin, and the city of Aspen and all its citizens. And what we're requesting specifically is that you have your staff prepare a resolution incorporating the dedication language of the Midland Bridge in honor of D.R.C. Brown, and that has to be fine-tuned. I'm working with the Historic Preservation Officer with the city and with the Aspen Historical Society to make sure that we have all the P's and Q's in the right place. But I would like to just give you some background. Basically, I've noticed I've incorporated a letter that I wrote to the Aspen Times as called a footnote on the history of the Midland Bridge, and I have included in there as the following is a quote from the Aspen Times in 1929. On September the 10th, A.E. Carleton sold to D.R.C. Brown the Midland Steel Bridge over Maroon Creek for a consideration of $500, and on December 3rd, 1929, D.R.C. Brown conveyed the same to the county of Pitkin as a free gift. The deed also conveys the land from the east end of the bridge to the Newman Switch. The commissioners will now ask the State Highway Department to accept same as a part of State Highway 82. Now, for people that aren't familiar with the history of Pitkin County and Aspen, A.E. Carleton was the last owner and operator of the Colorado Midland Railroad, which was abandoned in 1922. That's when the railroad was abandoned, but the bridge structure and the rail stayed in there. The Newman Switch was located near the present site of the roundabout. If people want to know where the Newman's, the Y was and everything, that was where the Y was, and then of course they called it the Newman because the Y went on up to the Newman Mine up on Castle Creek. The Midland Bridge was modified for use as a two-lane highway bridge for cars and trucks shortly after its abandonment, I believe around 1929. The original railroad bridge was fabricated by the Niagara Iron Works of Buffalo, New York, and had to be shipped to Colorado across the country by rail. Thus the reason why the Colorado Midland Railroad lost its race with the Denver and Rio Grande Railroad in Aspen, because that bridge was fabricated in New York and then had to be shipped all the way across the country. So it's an interesting history, and I just felt that these things need to be commemorated. And I also wanted, while I'm here, I wanted to take this opportunity to thank the board for its wonderful restoration of the Emma buildings. If you remember, a few years ago, I wrote a letter to you folks appealing the fact that, to try to do something about the Emma store and the Emma buildings. So that, to me, that was wonderful that those buildings have all been restored. And what it's all about, for me, is just the preservation and restoration of our history. So I'm just here to ask your support, and basically by resolution, I'm in communication with the Colorado Department of Highways presently, asking, their support and permission to have the commemorative plaque placed on the bridge. So that's basically it. Why I'm here is just to inform you of what we would like to do and have your support.
Great, Jim. I appreciate you coming here, and I appreciate all the work that you've done on this. Let me ask you, you have a sort of a suggested dedication for the plaque.
Yes, that's a suggestion. That will certainly go through several iterations probably before it gets finalized.
Right. And you mentioned the McQueens, and I take it that's a locomotive, but I don't know anything about it.
For the person who's not familiar with it, the Midland had these beautiful pictures. In fact, the photograph, that is a McQueen, and the pictures these were what they were referred to as 10 wheelers because they were 4/6-O's, so basically that's in the railroad jargon, that was what they call a 10 wheeler because it had 10 wheels on it. Like a 2-4-6, that would be a 12-wheeler, see, in railroad jargon. But they were referred to as McQueens. That's what they were also known because they were built by American Locomotive Works, and they were a beautiful railroad engine. And there's in the Railroad Museum down in Glenwood Springs, and if you ever get a chance to get there, there's a model of a McQueen down there.
Are there any full-size McQueens around still?
I don't know if there would be if there's any left or not, but certainly if you have a book like on the Colorado Midland, Mel McFarland's or Morris Kafke's, any of those books on the Colorado Midland would have a lot of photographs of the McQueens, but that was just the name. That's what they were called. There's they're like they were Baldwin. The engines were built by the Baldwin locomotives, and those were mostly a Rio Grande, but most of the Colorado Midland locomotives were built by American Locomotive Works and out of Schenectady, New York. So, but anyway, but the thing is what's interesting is to look at this bridge structure and to see how that bridge was built, and the fact that it has served such a long time in Aspen, as a highway bridge until the new bridge was built and was replaced, the Midland Bridge. That was the oldest bridge, functioning bridge in the Colorado Department of Highways inventory. That bridge was, it's over 120 years old, so it's amazing. So,
and it's still going strong.
It's still being used. It's a pedestrian bridge, and people are being using it to walk cross-country ski or ride their bicycles across it. So people, when they go across that bridge, there's a beautiful view of Pyramid Peak, and to look out to the east towards Aspen and to see the mines on Smuggler Mountain, as it shows in the photographs. It's just a quick overview of Aspen, So I felt that we should recognize the fact that what D.R.C. Brown Sr. did. I mean, if it hadn't been for him, that bridge, chances are, would have been demolished when they took up the rails in the 20s.
Right, that view from this picture towards Aspen, I had trouble placing for a while because there's absolutely nothing between that.
Well, you'll notice you can see, if you recognize, you'll see the road going up, and you'll see the wash, and you'll also see what we call the Johnson Dump.
Right.
In there. So.
But there's no buildings that you can see in that photo.
No, and it's just out to the east of the bridge. There's just nothing but sagebrush.
Right. So, any other questions for Jim? Jack?
Okay.
Yeah, thanks, Jim, for your interest in the pursuit of this recognition of D.R.C. Brown Sr. A question, you're here before us to ask us to support the commemorative plaque.
Yeah, just a resolution basically to say, what we wanted to put on the language of the plaque is that let's see if I can find my copy here real quick. is that dedicated to memory of D.R.C. Brown Sr. by resolution of the Pitkin County Board of County Commissioners and the City of Aspen. So
Okay,
it's
so-
basically some type of resolutions supporting the allowing for the.
Well, I'm sure we'll have a follow-up conversation here, but you are not asking, in fact, for what you state here in a footnote on the history of the Midland Bridge, that we support upon completion of the new bridge, which is already done, the historic Midland Bridge should be converted to its original railroad bridge configuration.
No, that would be quite expensive. I mean, it's a suggestion. At some point, it could be. I don't know when that would ever happen. It may never happen. It would be nice if it could happen, but something like that would cost
Yeah, and so I wanted to
thousands of
clarify.
dollars. No, I'm not asking for any radical changes to the structure. It would be nice to see it happen.
Well, you could write us a check.
But I don't. If I had the money, if I were what's his name, Pete Joe Pickens, Boone Pickens, I would certainly write a check for it. But I'm not Mr. Pickens.
So, Joy?
Thank you, Jim.
So it seems like we could put this on our open discussion this
Yeah.
afternoon, and I was just wondering, Jim, because D.R.C. Brown Sr. still has family here in town.
They're in the loop. I've been in
Yeah, okay.
touch with them. The but I'm doing it because the family, feels it's better that someone who is not connected with the family push this through. But certainly we would not do anything without the Browns' awareness of what's taking place. They're in the loop. They're fully aware. I've discussed this with the family.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
You bet.
Bob, do you have any questions?
Okay.
Jim, thanks very much, and we will take it up in open discussion, and we'll keep working.
Okay, and I'm hoping that maybe late summer or early fall sometime, maybe we can have a dedication ceremony of the plaque, and hopefully we can get this thing put together and the plaque placed on the bridge before the next big snowstorm in 2013.
Right. Thank you, Jim.
Okay. You're welcome. Thank you, gentlemen.
Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak at this time? Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, folks.
Good afternoon. Could you please identify yourself for the record?
Yes, I will. My name's David Beldis. I'm a legal permanent resident of Estes Park, Colorado. However, for the 10 past winter seasons, I've served as a seasonal bus driver here for RAFTA and for the community of Alaska and other communities down valley. I'm here purposely to discuss crosswalks, intersections, as well as cross lights. We recognize that not too long ago, a few weeks ago, we had a disaster on the Highway 82. At this time, I'm concerned about the possibility of something of a similar nature, a disaster again, that might be easily avoided by my concern over crosswalks, intersections, and cross lights. For example, I'm speaking about 3 particular Main Street intersections. Number 1 is right down the street from us, which would be Galena and Main. Another one would be at Garmisch and Main. A third one would be at 8th and Main. All 3 of those represent the concept that I'm here about: crosswalks, intersections, and lights. I recognize that we all have a conscious behavior as individuals. Collectively, we have a conscious behavior in the city of Aspen. When I think about the conscious behavior of how you or how we would cross a crosswalk at an intersection would vary greatly. I'm sure as I look at the chairman here, and it was slippery outside with nice ice, he might very well cross it differently than I, who is not as old as he, but who would run across it. I'm joking. I happen to be the oldest seasonal bus driver here in the city of Aspen, and I take great pride with it because here I am setting an example of what I'm talking about. And you too, Mr. Chairman, as you set example for people of Aspen surrounding you at this time. At Galena and Maine, we have a traffic light. That really, really helps out. That tells you, and you, and you, and you, John, that there's a time to go and a time not to go. However, if you go to Garmisch and Maine, as well as Maine and 8th Street, we do have something called, I don't know what you call it. It's a push-button activity that gives a person permission to cross the street and supposedly get it to the other side. I can say this, that at all three of these intersections that I'm talking about, I have measured, perhaps not as accurately as somebody who is gifted in engineering and at the same time comes out at midnight where there's no traffic to be judged upon or hit upon. For example, at Garmisch and Maine, that intersection I would suggest is about 80 feet wide, starting from the push button on the south side to the push button on the other side, north side. Depending upon the individual, it will take less time. Depending upon the weather, it will take less or more time. I recognize this from my driving down that street on many occasions. The safety at, as I indicated, Galena is much better. But at those other two, I can tell you from driving a bus, and those of you, I walked into town after getting off the bus from Burlingame, and I walked across all three of those streets again today, as I have many times. I like to do active work in the way of my health, such as climbing Smuggler yesterday and climbing Smuggler the day before. So I do know that it takes a different aspect as far as individuals are concerned. Folks, I'm telling you, those two latter, Garmisch as well as 8th and Main, we are waiting for a disaster to happen. What are we going to do about it? An individual's consciousness, as I said, is not the city's consciousness necessarily. But a city's consciousness is going to be based upon a number of things. One, the specific, in this case, intersection. The specific crosswalk, like the distance, the length of the light, the specific conditions, weather, age, time, pressing, having the button work. And the cost-benefit will be different from each intersection. If we put an intersection light, that is a traffic light at Garmisch and Maine, I'm telling you, it will help guide people going across the street in a different way than what it is happening today for that individual. Vehicles, cars, trucks, buses, and strollers, how do they handle that particular intersection of the three that I'm talking about? All different. But I can tell you, cars slide through that intersection at 8th and Main. They don't understand that crosswalk light. In summary, there are some uniform possibilities. Traffic light markings that can be improved, traffic signage that can be improved, traffic enforcement. I think of the school zone that I drive through frequently twice a week as I have that Castle Maroon route. And that Castle Maroon route with a speed limit on it is very, very nice, I think, for the protection, not only of the students, and for my protection. With that, folks, that's all I have to say.
It's Jim, right?
David.
David.
I changed it overnight.
Thank you very much for your presentation and for your concern. Interestingly enough, the highway seems like Main Street, but it's also a state highway, so there's a lot of coordination that we have to go through to change anything on it. But I understand your concern, and I think the commissioners probably share your concern. So are there any questions from the commissioners? Seeing none, I'll give your name to GR, who's our engineer for Picken County, and we'll see what we get going on on this.
And I want to thank you folks for supporting RAPTA. It's the finest bus company in the United States for its size. And you are partly, without any question, representative of that fine bus system. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public here who wish to make a comment at this time? Seeing none, we'll go on to commissioner comments. Are there commissioner comments? George?
I'll make some. Speaking of taxes, somebody spoke of taxes. I just, as probably the rest of the citizens of Pickens County, received a tax bill. And we've had this discussion before, but there's always sort of a misunderstanding. Even though the tax bill is sent out by Pickens County, and we pay Pickens County the amount due based on our real estate valuation, it's very interesting when I look at my tax bill, how little of my total actually goes to Pickens County. And in fact, on my tax bill, about 4% of the total goes to the general fund of Pickens County, which handles sort of the general operations, road and bridge, human services, administration in the general fund. Only 4% of the entire tax bill goes to provide those services. If I include voter-approved taxes for the Health and Community Fund and Open Space and Trails included for Pickens County, then my total tax bill that I pay to Pickens County is about 10%. So when you look at your tax bill, please take note of all the other special districts that are included. And I think that you'll see that even though, again, we seem to take some of the abuse when people complain about taxes to us, in reality, we as citizens pay very, very little for all the services that Pickens County is able to provide. So I just found it interesting. And in addition, this year, as we did last go-around, you'll see actually a temporary mill levy reduction in the general fund to Pickens County due to Tabor. So thank you.
Thank you. George, what's the percentage? Do you have the percentage of the RE1 school district of your tax bill?
Well, my RE1 district represents about a little over 33%. So that's the bulk of my tax bill living down valley is RE1. It's followed closely by the Basalt Fire District, the Aspen Valley Hospital, Basalt Library, so many other special districts. Of course, depending on where you live, you'll have different taxes based on the special districts in your area.
Okay, thank you, George. Any other comments from commissioners? Jack, Rob, no? Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. We'll move on then to consent actions. We have the minutes of September 7th, 2011, special meeting January 3rd, 2012, special meeting January 3rd. There's a repetition there. I'm sorry. Work session and January 10th, 2012 special meeting, a resolution approving child care assistance program eligibility at 185% of federal poverty guideline and removing the cap on the number of families that may receive the benefit, and a resolution approving the 2012 list of highway user tax fund roads. Is there a motion to approve those items?
I'll make that motion to approve.
I'd like to pull item 2.
Item 2. Jack, do you want to make a motion to approve 1 and 3?
Yes, I would.
Is there a second for that?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Aye?
Aye.
Okay, Rob, you have a question. Do you want to speak to Nan?
Well, I just wanted to handle this separately, and if somebody would like to make...
Nan, would you come forward? We have our representative of Health and Human Services here with a lovely scarf. Red scarf.
I'm Nancy.
Dangerous shoes for crosswalks.
Yeah, that's maybe I just crossed and it's slippery. Nan Sundin, I'm the Health and Human Services Director. So this is a Child Care Assistance Program, which is a program funded by the federal government and the state government and the local government to support low-income families and encourage their ability to work or find work and to work towards self-sufficiency. In 2011, January, the Board of County Commissioners saw that we were seeing a spike in the utilization of CCAP, this Child Care Assistance Program, and the county is allowed to set the income eligibility. So the county set the income eligibility at 185% of poverty and capped the number of families that could be served at 13. So in the past year, we've been working with those guidelines, and at the Board of County Commissioners meeting in early January of this year, 2012, the Board of Social Services approved the idea of removing the cap, keeping the eligibility at 185% of poverty, but using county funds to supplement the number of families that will be served now. And we estimate it to be between 2 and 5 more families. We're currently serving 13 families.
Thank you, Nan. Rob, do you have any questions for Nan?
Yeah, it's really just a statement. You know, we had a long work session on this with a lot of good discussion and a lot of good different direction. And my feeling with removing the cap was to set a high cap for the sake of budgeting, primarily because we make decisions as policymakers in setting the budget of the county based on choosing and making decisions on what we know, and not having a cap for me doesn't necessarily mean that we won't support all the families that come in under 185% of poverty, but to me it's really preparing and having that decision made on the budgeting side before an unlimited number of people potentially get into this program that we can't financially support or have to make decisions to take money from somewhere else to support that. With that said, I have every confidence that this is going to pass, and I feel that we would support it, but I would have rather seen some sort of cap at 20 or 25 families. And for that reason alone, I'm going to vote against this. And again, I want to make clear, this isn't because I don't think we should support everybody under 185% of poverty. This, to me, means that we need to make that decision with budgetary concerns and know what we're up against before letting all families in this.
Thank you. Thank you, Rob. In our discussions as the Board of Social Services, there was never any discussion about the potential for unlimited number of people coming to apply for assistance. I don't remember that at all. So I think that's, personally, I don't think we need to be concerned about that. And there was also talk about the budgetary implications if a greater number of people applied than we'd anticipated. And so it was decided, I think, at that same board meeting to review it on a quarterly basis and make adjustments as dictated by the expenditure of the budget. So it was handled in a very responsible way, I thought, and a very compassionate way at the same time. Jack?
Yeah, thanks, Michael. Rob, thanks for your feedback on this. I share your concern very much, and I'm not really on the fence, but I'm almost on the fence here. But we have approved this in the budget. We had a very good, as you articulated, work session. We, the Board of Social Services, as opposed to the other hats we wear. And I feel very comfortable with this because of one reason. First of all, we had staff projections that those numbers might go up to about 16, and that's really important, and I rely on staff to come up with that kind of data, historical basis, etc. Second of all, because we agreed as a board and unanimously to have quarterly updates, and if this gets out of hand, I'm going to want to pull the plug as far as a cap. I'm comfortable giving this a shot for a quarter or two, whatever, and I very much appreciate your feedback that helped me understand, well, we shouldn't wait 6 months, we should do this quarterly. So I appreciate that feedback and your position, because you got a little bit of my concern in your vote. And so we're sharing that one in a philosophical way.
Thank you, Jed. George?
If you're ready, I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the resolution approving child care assistance program eligibility at 185% of federal poverty guideline and removing the cap on the number of families that may receive the benefit.
And I'll second that. Is there any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Nay. Okay. Thank you, Nan.
Thank you, Nan.
So now we'll move on to consent actions. First reading set for public hearing on February 8th, 2012. This is a resolution authorizing the filing of a new passenger facility charge application with the Federal Aviation Administration, Jim Elwood, and I see a representative of the airport here at this time. Are there any questions? Jack?
Yeah, I'm going to...
Please introduce yourself. You're a fairly new face here. So.
My name is Steve Schultz. I'm the Properties Administrator for the Aspen-Pickett County Airport.
Yeah, I'd like to ask if my understanding of this is correct. We are approving something that we had previously approved, but does the FAA require this to be done annually or every couple of years?
The way the POC applications are set is they're set to expire at a certain dictated time for collecting those allocated funds from passengers. The one we have set now is set to expire August 1st of this year. So to continue collecting those passenger facility charges, we have to file a new application with the FAA.
Okay, and therefore it's not a new tax or an increase, it's a continuation of the $4.50 per leg. Isn't it per leg?
It's the first two employed airports, the passengers.
So there is a limit. Okay, thanks for that clarification.
Any other questions of the board? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve? So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Aye. Thank you very much. So we are now going to go on to consent public hearings, second reading. The first one is an ordinance authorizing the trail license agreement with the Meadowwood Metropolitan District. Barb's here. Do we need to get Barb? Do we have any questions for Barb? Jack, do we have questions?
I don't have a question, but I'd like to just run a thought by the board on this, and it doesn't... Oh, Barb must have been hiding around our infamous column here. I, of course, are aware and very appreciative of this process where the homeowners annually approve this, and Open Space has dealt with this, with, of course, our feedback. My question to the board, is it appropriate, because we are very much collectively as a county supporting a system, I'm wondering if it's appropriate we might write a personal letter of thanks. We've not done this. We've, through the process, say thank you, Open Space, etc. I just wonder if it would be an extra thought to say, hey, thanks. We really appreciate you working with the community annually with this.
Jack, I think that'd be very appropriate, and I would definitely support that. How do the rest of the commissioners feel?
Just to be clear, you're talking about Open Space and Trails and the BOCC writing a letter to the Meadowwood Metropolitan District?
The BOCC, because Open Space is in communication, networks with them all the time, and I wouldn't have a problem if they wanted to join in, but my thought was specifically for the BOCC because we've not done that before. Just when they showed up a few years ago when we were going to try to reinstitute this when it expired, so just another thanks.
So is that good?
It would be a letter from the board to the Meadowwood Metropolitan District
They're the
properties.
ones that manage this.
George, how do you feel about that?
No, I think it's great.
I think it's great, and it would reflect, I think, our complete gratitude to the Meadowwood Metropolitan Districts and the residents there for their cooperation and for this trail license. We deeply appreciate it. So we'll follow that up with a letter. Staff, have you been listening to this discussion? Yeah. Okay.
And we certainly appreciate open space and trails.
And Open Space and Trails, of course. Barb, thank you very much. And thank everyone at Open Space and Trails for negotiating this.
Super short, and the Open Space Trails Board also extends their thanks to the Meadowwood Metropolitan.
Yeah, great, thanks. So, we're going to, is there a motion to approve? Public hearing. Oh, it's a public hearing. Is there any members of the public who wish to comment on the Meadowwood Metropolitan District license with the county? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Is there a motion to approve?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the ordinance authorizing the trail license agreement with the Meadowwood Metropolitan District.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
So the next item is item 6, resolution approving an intergovernmental agreement with the Board of County Commissioners of Garfield County for the provision of IV-D child support enforcement services. Let's see. Is there any questions we have of Nan? Nan's still here.
I'd like to make a motion to approve and thank Garfield County for working with us annually, long-term with this issue.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
It is a public hearing, so are the members of the public here who wish to comment on this item, number 6? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing on this item. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Thank you. So item number 7 is a confirmatory reading, emergency resolution to revise and establish voting precincts and designate polling places. Dwight Shellman is here. I'm sure do we have some questions for Dwight? And our county clerk is here too. So no questions for Dwight?
We've had a pretty extensive presentation on this in the past.
Okay.
So-
Dwight, do you want to just give a brief summary of what this is about?
Sure. At least every 10 years, we're required by law to look at our commissioner districts and our voting precincts. The resolution before you is to establish our voting precincts and polling places for the next 10 years. We have generally retained Pitkin County's existing 10 precincts with some boundary modifications, which we discussed at length previously. And I think the only thing I can add is that the only change in the document that you have in front of you from the one that you looked at on January 3rd is the textual description of the boundaries, kind of the legal description, which I indicated to you at the last meeting we wanted to revise and double check. And so we have made some corrections in there. But the resolution does contain the provision that you requested be inserted, that any conflict between the maps and the textual description of the boundaries is, any discrepancies between those two are to be resolved by the Board of County Commissioners, and that language was included and is included in this version.
Great. Thank you, Dwight. How many hearings did we have on this, or work sessions?
Well, I would say 2.5. One of them was not very fruitful because we couldn't get the equipment to work. So really 2 pretty full meetings.
Right. So no questions for Dwight? It is a public hearing. Are there members of the public who wish to comment on this item number 7, a confirmatory reading, emergency resolution to revise and establish voting precincts? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing on this item. There was a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion?
I don't have a motion.
Oh, there wasn't? I thought maybe that was the previous one. So is there a motion for this? Jack?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to approve the hard work by the clerk's office, and in particular Dwight Shellman. Today, I'm just full of thanks.
Is there a second?
Second.
Rob Ittner is a second. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Dwight. Thank you, Janice.
Great work, man.
So, the next item is land use public hearings. It's something called the Barta parcel. Do we want to take a short break, or do we want to just go? Do we want to take a short break?
Yeah, because
we know this is going to take some length. And it's going to take some time for some of the applicants to get to the desk, too. So we're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll resume at 1 o'clock. It is 1 o'clock, January 25th. This is a regular BOCC meeting. We're here to pick up where we left off, and that was at land use public hearings with the BARDA parcel subdivision and all the various parts of that. So I guess we'll begin by having Suzanne recap this for us. Suzanne, how many times have you been in front of us on
Is this
this?
4? November, oh no, that was planning commission.
So 3 times?
That's fine.
But then we did the affordable housing too.
July, October,
that's even
January, 2 meetings. 4th, this is the 4th time.
This is the 4th time. And that's an indication of how thoroughly we've looked at this, I think, and how concerned we are about this. So why don't you just do a recap for us, Suzanne? That'd be great.
Okay. So I guess the basic recap is what's the request in front of you relates to a request to subdivide the BARDA parcel, which is in the middle of the property up behind Rob's head. I don't have the pointer, so if you want me to walk through that again. But so the request is to subdivide the BARDA parcel into 2 lots, to merge it or include it with the adjacent Roaring Fork Meadows subdivision, PUD, to do a major plot amendment to include it with that property, to designate new activity envelopes on the new lots on the BARDA parcel. There's a request for a growth management allotment for the new lot that's created on the BARDA parcel, and a rezoning of the parcel to PUD, which allows the lot size to be varied. Right now, that's a 10-acre parcel. They're proposing that the 2 new lots each would contain 5 acres. The entire property is zoned AR10, which is a 10-acre minimum lot area. So it's the combination of the BARDA parcel with the Roaring Fork Meadows subdivision where they acquire the additional lot area necessary to achieve the minimum required to accommodate the density that's proposed, which would be 7 lots on over 70 acres, just over 70 acres. So at the last meeting, we left off with, I think, a list of requests from the board for additional information. And I've responded to some of those in the memo. And then Mitch was not able to get information to us in time to include in the packet, so he has new information to submit to you today to respond to some of those issues. So I'll go through what I've put in my memo, and then Mitch can walk through what he submitted. Staff and neighbors, nobody's had an opportunity to see this yet, so that'll be the first time that everybody's looking at that. So I'm just walking through a couple of issues in my memo. The first was the lot area calculation, and the board had asked that staff and applicant review the lot area calculations and kind of put the total numbers in front of you, since there seemed to be some variability going on. So on page 2 of the memo, the first walks through the acreages included in all of the lots within the Roaring Fork Meadows subdivision, as well as the BARDA parcel. So that shows a total of 75.793 acres. Then to calculate lot area, what the code requires is you take the total lot size, that total number, subtract out access easements and areas below the high water line. So that's the next set of numbers, where there are 3.921 acres for access easements, 1.477 acres below the high water line, for a total of 5.398 acres to be removed from in order to calculate the lot area. So that net lot area would be 70.395 acres, which would leave them with adequate lot area to accommodate the 7 lots. One point to note there, when you look at the chart on top, you know that the Roaring Fork Meadows subdivision includes the 5 residential lots. There were 2 common parcels, and then the tract A that was conveyed to Pitkin County for open space purposes. That was the lot that's right near the sorry, I don't have a pointer. Yeah, right by the bridge. Lindy and Jack are always prepared.
My fingers.
Rob can be.
I couldn't stand away.
Am I getting anything?
Upside.
Oh, wrong way. I'm going to point it in my own eye.
Like me last week.
Okay, yep, there we go. So that's tract A, that was the parcel that was conveyed to the county for a trailhead parking area. And so when the original Roaring Fork Meadows subdivision was subdivided, this was included on that original plat, and we have included it for purposes of calculating the total lot area. And both when we reviewed Mitch's numbers on this calculation, whenever that was, a while ago, or sometime over the last year, both Joanna Schaffner, the zoning officer, and I agreed that that was included on the original plat, was part of the acreage associated with the original subdivision, and is part of the acreage to be calculated as part of for this application. But what we've realized, I was discussing this with Lance and John Ely, is that that tract is owned by the county now. So technically, that would require that the county authorize the application because they are a party to that plat. Everything else in the subdivision is owned by Roaring Fork Meadows now, except for this one tract, which is owned by the county, as is our normal practice. Anyone, if one of these other lots had been sold to a separate owner but was part of this plat amendment, the owner of that lot would have to authorize the application to move forward. The same is true here, where the county is an owner associated with this entire plat and should be authorizing the application. That's not something we had recognized or acknowledged before and has not to this point been included in the application.
Suzanne, what does authorize mean?
Basically, authorize, the way we always look at it is that they authorize someone to submit an application to move forward. It would also mean that the county, as an owner of a property shown on this plat, would have to sign off on the amended plat.
That's an interesting place to be. Not only do we approve or deny this application, we're also a party of the application. John, what kind of position does that put us in?
It doesn't change your ability to proceed through review. And it happens from time to time. We have two different functions. We have a regulatory one, and we have a proprietary one. The application, of course, can proceed, and the board can entertain it consistent with the land use code and criteria within the code. However, as Suzanne mentioned, before a PUD plat can be recorded, all of the owners for the property affected by the plat have to sign off on that plat, and that decision would be either separately made or folded into this review decision, but it would have to be made explicitly, and the board would have to agree to sign off on that plat or proposed plat as an owner.
So as an owner, say, of just a parcel in the subdivision, you might not sign off because it's an increased density of some sort. You have some sort of reason.
Exactly.
That serves your own interest. In the case of the county, how do you ascertain the county's interest in signing off or not signing off?
That the ascertainment of that interest and the propriety of the application ultimately being concluded with the PUD approval is an item that is within the discretion of the BOCC. There are no, unlike the regulatory action that the board takes, there are no, which is not open-ended discretion. The discretion is bounded by the criteria and requirements within our own code, in this case the land use code. Actions taken as a property owner are not bound by that same litmus. There are no set criteria that must be applied. The board simply has to review the application and how it would affect that property, and in the board's best judgment, if it's in the county's best interest to proceed, to go along with that. In this case, an amended PUD.
So if we were to, just theoretically, to approve this, then there would be another action that we would take subsequent to the approval of this plat that would call for our authorization of this PUD, or of our participation in the PUD?
Your participation in the PUD. And like I said, you can take that separately, or you can fold it within this review action. But whether it's folded into or not, it's two separate and distinct steps. One being a regulatory one and bound by the criteria in the land use code, and one being a proprietary one and bound by the board's best judgment as to what's appropriate to do with the public's ownership of this property.
So what would be your recommendation on the course of action? Should we fold it in? And I'm not sure exactly what that entails, or should we treat it separately post the actions that we take here?
Well, I guess my recommendation would be to take whatever direction the board felt would be most economical as far as time. It would be, if the board thinks that there are issues as to whether or not it would sign off on an amended plat for a PUD, there's really no point in going through 4 more meetings on discussion of the PUD if we can get that out of the way up front. If, however, the decision as to whether or not to sign off on the plat involves a lot of the similar issues that would be entertained in reviewing the PUD application, then you can, proceed and consider them both at the same time.
This is actually, unbelievably enough, a new issue, given
New to us as well.
yeah, given 4 hearings. So I'll ask the board, having listened to Suzanne and John, what are your feelings about this participation? Rob?
Well, my feeling is our decision on whether, from a regulatory standpoint, on whether or not this meets the land use code really kind of solidifies the decision as a proprietor, as part of this plat, that we would approve it. If it doesn't meet the code, if we as a board decide that it doesn't meet the code, then as a proprietor, we would also say, well, if somehow this other board, which is us anyway, approved it, well, then we're not going to approve it. But I would mill them all together and just say that we're going to sign off on the plat if we find that this meets the land use code.
Okay, George or Jack, what's your feeling on it? Jack?
Suzanne, would you remind me again what the amount of acreage we're talking about here is?
In the tract, the county tract?
In the county-owned.
It's just over 1 acre.
Yeah, I think this is a critical issue. I mean, because all this application boils down to measurements, acreage, math. And I think Rob, I would agree in a sense with Rob in that, well, what's the whole application look like? I just wish this would have been brought up to us earlier, because I would have felt way more comfortable weighing in on that item in the beginning than now, because my inclination, I don't have an inclination, but it could be interpreted, because I've been tough on questions, etc., that I'd like to just kill this. Well, I want the facts to speak for themselves. But an acre, remember, this only meets threshold by 395 acres, I believe. I mean, 0.39, which is, some 14,000 square feet. So there's 2/3 of an acre that are really relevant here. So I'm going to have to say, for me, I'm going to have to defer me weighing in on this until I just get a sense of where Jack, as an individual commissioner, is, because there's some pluses on this application, and Mitch appropriately shared with us the things that GMQS arrived at as public benefits. On the other hand, I'll be perfectly honest, this is a real estate play in my mind, and so I'm not really comfortable with that when I look at possible, and we have to have the rest of the hearing, possible or potential impacts to the neighborhood. and the questions are answered that many of us had relative to, house size, rec area, location, ABC. I mean, this is a very complex application. So, again, I'll repeat. For me, Michael, I need to reserve my opinion on this to just get a sense of where the whole package is. And an attempt to be fair. If you wanted to push me into a corner, that's one thing, but there's no need right now.
So, so you're saying proceed with the hearing, and then at some point you'll deal with this question.
Yeah, and I think we as a board, individually, I think if we weighed in and said, it's inappropriate, well, end of conversation. And I'm not willing to do that yet. Okay. If at all. I mean, honestly, I don't have a position.
Okay. George?
Because this 1 acre, little over 1 acre has been conveyed to Pickens County as open space, that makes this a proprietary for us. So we actually have an interest in this application aside from just the general land use codes, is how I understand this. Saying that, I'm not sure that really changes the scope of the application or any additional impacts that may derive from the application. So I'm comfortable in terms of moving ahead, seeing if we can answer some of these other questions that are more concerned, and then either folding this in, our portion into this as an amendment, or doing it as separate. Whatever is, as you said, John, whichever is most efficient manner to do that if we get to that point.
Okay, so it sounds like we're just going to go ahead with the hearing as a land use application here.
In reserve of an opinion, a judgment, whatever, on this item.
Right. Well, this casts a different light on this application, quite frankly, and what you're saying is we'll see. And essentially everybody's saying we'll see. We don't quite know what we'll see. Okay. Very interesting. Just when you think things are past interesting, they get interesting again. So, Suzanne, are you finished with your presentation?
No, that was just item number one.
Oh, that was just item number one.
That was just item number one.
So we're going to go on to the major plat amendment?
Well, yeah, actually, I was just going to say, on the irrigated lands issue, I think I'll just pass on that because I think Mitch will be presenting much more detailed information on that, so I don't think I need to address that now. The major plat amendment issue gets back to the question of the language in the code that states, in no case shall a major plat amendment be utilized to increase the number of lots on a plat. Staff's position has been that the major plat amendment provision is not being utilized to increase the number of lots on the plat, and I guess my explanation of that is probably best. I guess staff's reading of the intent of that is if right now Roaring Fork Meadows, as platted, contains 5 residential lots, 2 common parcels, and a tract, that we're not using a major plat amendment to somehow then come up with an additional lot out of that area. That's how we've interpreted that language. So that's why our position is that we're not using the major plat amendment to add an additional lot within that area of the subdivision. The plat amendment is being used to add the BARDA parcel into the PUD. So it's kind of, comes down to, how do you read the language type of thing. But our position is that BARDA parcel is being subdivided. It cannot be subdivided under existing zoning unto itself. If it is not somehow attached to Roaring Fork Meadows where the additional lot area exists, this parcel could not be subdivided. So if they walked in the door with 10 acres in the AR10 zone district, it is not eligible to be subdivided. So the only way it can be is if they can attach it to Roaring Fork Meadows and utilize that lot area. So it's our position that they're basically using the plat amendment to add it to the Roaring Fork Meadows subdivision, but the subdivision process in the code and growth management is being utilized
to create the new lot. So the creation of the new lot is not a function of the major plat amendment. So that's what staff's position is on that provision and that language in the code. I don't know if that's getting any more clear. I know it's been confusing. But so our position, there had been a suggestion, I think at the last meeting from Mitch, that you could call these two separate subdivisions and then kind of just join them with a PUD plan over the top of the two. And we disagree that you can do that because you cannot create a subdivision plat of the BARDA parcel unto itself if it's a 10-acre lot in a 10-acre zone district. So,
I'm just going to read this a little bit so I don't zap everything.
am I making you nervous?
Yeah, really, man.
Down the laser pointer.
The bullseye's a little further away from my head at this
Sorry
point.
about that, Rob.
So in effect, the Roaring Fork Meadows becomes a fathering parcel of some sort, or, right? I mean, that, it really hinges on that initial subdivision.
It does not have the acreage to be subdivided without
Right.
the Roaring Fork Meadows subdivision.
Right. Yes, Jack?
So if I were going to try to understand this in somewhat layman's terms, we have basically two subdivisions, and by combining them, then they qualify for what's being asked here. You know, qualify to ask us the question. Doesn't mean automatically use by right, of course.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Let me do my last.
Because it's very important to note for me that the BARDA, as a standalone, there is no subdivision by zoning nor the commissioner's approval resolution years ago. So, reiterate, standalone, obviously nothing can happen, but by using the mechanism of combining them, then there's qualification.
So there was a request for additional comments related to wildlife impacts at the last meeting. And there had been preliminary comments from Kevin Wright in the application, and then not further referral comments. But at the time, Kevin had stated that the parcel does not lie with any map big game winter ranges, which begin at the toe of the ridge northeast of the parcel. So essentially above the Salt Old Snowmass Trail as you get up into the hillside here, and then on the other side of the highway, the hillside across the river, across, over in here, those are the habitat areas. So the BARDA parcel itself is not within any mapped big game winter ranges. I did contact Kevin and showed him the draft conditions of approval that we've included in the resolution, and he supported those. Specific to dogs, he stated that he believes it's always necessary to control dogs, and that while the parcel is not within winter range, it's in close proximity to winter range, and uncontrolled dogs will roam and impact wildlife. The land use code does not require kenneling of dogs in areas where you are not within mapped or field verified habitat areas. And the current approvals for the Roaring Fork Meadows subdivision do not include any form of a kenneling restriction, so a dog control type of restriction. So given that, we have not included in the conditions any restriction on kenneling of dogs. So that's...
I certainly understand the code and its limitations. Did Kevin have any suggestions? Certainly we're going to march by the code, but oftentimes we'll take a recommendation. Did he have anything to say about how?
I think this is about as detailed as we'll ever get, from now Colorado Parks and Wildlife as opposed to DOW. But I mean, this is, I think that's pretty standard for them to say, they would prefer to see dogs under controlled, kenneled, leashed, restricted in some way everywhere. But that's that's kind of the extent of it.
Yeah. So we really have as a jurisdiction have no ability to impose anything per code. That's the key. It's not severe, and it's not severe winter range, it's not transition, migration.
Right, we have, the code has specific areas, right, habitat areas where it specifies that if you are in X, then dogs shall be kenneled. If you are in this, dogs shall be prohibited. In this case, given that it's not within any of those identified habitat areas, the code does not dictate a restriction.
But it is within the discretion of the commissioners to make any conditions they feel necessary. I mean, he doesn't address the riparian area, which seems to me is a sensitive area. Riparian areas typically have 80 to 90% of all wildlife found in Colorado, and yet Kevin doesn't address it.
I think in his preliminary comments, I'd have to go back. I mean, I think he does say that the habitats that are important here are riparian areas and the areas above. He did not specifically address anything related to dogs in that area, nor does the code.
Right. Well, I would ask the commissioners to think about it, because you have that kind of concentration of wildlife. That's what makes riparian areas so vital, and the preservation of them so vital, that you have that habitat within this property. And that habitat is wildfowl, songbird, small animals, large nesting animals. And so I think the commissioners should think about that in terms of dog restrictions. So
Those were my items.
those are the items. And the recommendations that you...
I put in front of you a recommendation. Again, all of this is knowing that there was going to be additional information submitted today. It was kind of if you, at that point are comfortable with what's been submitted, that you would approve on first reading and move this to second reading, or it could also be continued again on first reading.
Okay, thank you, Suzanne. Mitch, I guess it's your turn. What I'd like you to do first is to recount your incident that resulted in your injury.
There wasn't much to it, honestly. Just skiing along and heard something pop.
Really?
And it wasn't my binding.
Really? And you didn't fall, or?
I sat down when I
But
thought I came out of the binding. I telemarked, so I thought I popped out. Looked down, and the binding was still on. I stood up and felt the pain. And skied down.
And
then thought I was fine since I skied down and went back up the gondola. Took about 5 steps out of the gondola building in the snow and realized it was more than just a tweak, and went back in the gondola and came back.
And so did you just wrap it up yourself and go home?
Yeah, I made made my way back to the office, got out of the ski boot, which hurt a lot, and got in the car and drove over to the ER.
Wow.
It's a left foot, so I was able to drive.
So that explains why you
Broke
can
my
bear
ankle.
these meetings one after the other.
Getting to him not so easy.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to make light of your injury, but I hope you feel better.
Well, thank you, I appreciate it. Figure maybe I could. No, really, it's just fine. I'm just trying to get some sympathy.
So you've put some memos in front of us.
Yeah,
Looks like.
there's not what I would call much in the way of new information, just further explanation. But I thought before I go through that, I would explain just 1 or 2 points on track 1. Just give me the
Okay.
The first point I wanted to make about that was that it's not subject to the PUD guide on the property, nor is it subject to the subdivision improvements agreement. It was part of the plat, but it's not regulated the same way as the rest of the PUD and subdivision. So in that way, I think George is correct that there's nothing we do in this subdivision or PUD affects what can or cannot go on tract 1 as it was given to the county, and vice versa. And the other point I wanted to make about that, while it was given to the county, it's been the county's position regularly in doing lot area calculations that you do not deduct for trail easements because there's a public benefit to it, and a private property owner shouldn't be penalized for providing a public benefit. Well, I think the same logic applies to a trail facility, which is a trailhead parking area that was given to the county for a public benefit, that the owner shouldn't be penalized for having done so by then saying you can't include it in your lot area, just like the same is done for trails.
Okay. Is that the code section?
Yeah, which basically just says you don't take out trails. It's not as though the prior applicant sold the piece to the county. It was deeded. No financial part of that transaction. So with that, I think I'll just sort of walk through the memo I just handed out. There's a couple maps that go along with it. The first part is all about the lot area calculations. This first part I'd done before I received Suzanne's memo, so there's not a whole lot of point in going through it because the numbers worked out to be identical to what is in Suzanne's memo.
That's a good thing, isn't it?
Yes.
So, let me ask you, I was going to question you about that. So independently of one another, you came up with the same thing?
Well, I was working off of these numbers, had been provided in Mitch's original application area. And Joanna and I had both worked with Mitch on those numbers. So really the only change was Jonathan Losky's high water line number. So we were working off of the same numbers.
Okay.
I simplified it and put all the easements into one total, but Mitch gave you all of the pieces that went into that.
Right. And the first map that I had provided is simply showing where each of the reductions is. So they're all numbered in the same way as this memo. So 1 through 9 are shown on that map and circled as to where they reside on the property. That's how I worked through it with Suzanne and Joanna. So I just figured I'd provide you the exact same information. I think so, yeah.
Do you all have? Okay, great. I just wanted to make sure you had the same stuff.
So yes, the result that we came up with was 70.395 acres, which is 17,206 square feet over the minimum threshold. The next part of this memo...
Excuse me.
Sorry.
Yes, Jack.
I know during the previous hearing, it was requested that Jonathan Losky be here, and I certainly had some questions myself. Would you give us an explanation of why Jonathan maybe isn't here?
Absolutely. We asked Jonathan to be here. In fact, the day of that hearing, I went back to my office, emailed Jonathan, called him, can you come on the 20, whatever today is, 25th. At first he said sure, and then about 20 minutes later I got an email from him explaining that he couldn't be here because his basically family medical things. His mother-in-law has to be in Rifle, his wife had to take his mother-in-law there, he has to be with the kids and couldn't be here today, and there was an appointment they couldn't reschedule, etc. But, he could be available for second reading if need be, I think, depending when that would be. And also, I'll get to the part here about whether or not we move the recreational development envelope on Common Parcel 2. That would all hinge on a lot of further study, most importantly the studies Jonathan would do, to make sure that other site is acceptable.
Yes.
Well, I appreciate that offer and would hope to be able to take you up on having Jonathan available if in fact this goes to second reading. I'd like to really get it, and what I'm after is a definition of those terrestrial plants and his feedback about what that means, because to me this is one of the two very most critical issues for the application. And I assume, was there a document somewhere where the surveyor went and then took all his GPS readings? Might provide that at second reading too. I just would like to, gather in, so I educate myself. If this is the standard that we've used previously, I just may as well be understanding everything I can about it. So I'd appreciate that.
Okay. And we did at one point submit Jonathan's whole report and pictures, and
we have that.
reviewed the surveyor's surveying of his points and signed off on that as well. But yes, I followed up that way, and we tried. He was simply not available today.
That's totally understandable. This is the report that you're talking?
Right. Yes, that's the one.
Thank you, Michael.
Okay.
The next part goes into the, I think it was Rachel who had asked us to do, provide some calculations of the total preserved acreage in the PUD between the Roaring Fork Meadows parcel and then what we're doing in the Barta parcel. So what we've done is we've gone through the Roaring Fork Meadows parcel, all the approved building envelopes, added those all up. We had a total area for the property that we'd just done previously to come out to the total area. Roaring Fork Meadows maintains just under 65 acres, 64.778. That's after, if I don't count Tract 1 that was given to the county. So taking out Tract 1 for that purpose, which makes our numbers look a little worse, but took it out for that purpose anyway. So we come up with 64.77 total acres. The total building envelopes add up to 7.443 acres. So all area outside of that was either in the conservation easement or in the agricultural easement area. So in other words, the remaining 57.335 acres was outside of building envelopes and in one way or another preserved. So there were 12.086 in the in the conservation easement, and then everything outside those envelopes went into the agricultural easement. So the result of that is 57.335 of the 64.778 acres, or 88.5% of the total land area in the entire Roaring Fork Meadows subdivision has been preserved. Now, how that works out compared to agricultural land, the effective code of time required and still the new code, is 95% of the historically irrigated acreage be preserved. The historically irrigated acreage on that parcel, or the Roaring Fork Meadows, had been established at 41.1 acres. So therefore, the requirement was preservation of 95% of those 41.1 acres, or 39 acres, give or take, 0.045. The total preserved land in the whole subdivision, by contrast, is over 57 acres. So in other words, the Roaring Fork Meadows total land preservation is 18.3 acres more than was required just for the preservation of irrigated area. Is that making sense? I find out a lot of numbers in there, but that's how the math works out. Nobody's been disputing to date at least the 41.1 acre figure, and so I think that we've demonstrated that the total preservation is greatly exceeding 95% of the acreage that had been irrigated, and that we've done steps beyond just preserving the land, but actually placing a good part of that acreage in a conservation easement, and then the rest of that acreage in an agricultural easement that requires that it continue to be used for agricultural purposes, which is not required by the code. Let's see. So there's a lot more numbers that go into that, but then we can move into the BARDA piece of it.
What page is this now that you're
down on page 3, somewhere in the middle where it says, starts with regard to the proposed use of the 10-acre BARDA parcel. We presented last time we were here, January 11th, I think it was, right? The map of what we considered to be historically irrigated area. I provided that map to you again. That's the second sheet. It's the one with not a whole lot on it. The only areas excluded were the BARDA homestead, if you will, where the house and development is. The areas that clearly are not historically irrigated for production of food or crops. The ditch itself, and the corner of the property where the cottonwoods and access easement cross over. So this little corner has been excluded, and then the alignment of the ditch itself, and then just this basic tight little area around what's developed has been excluded. The rest of the parcel, we are not disputing anymore, even though there could be arguments we made. We're saying fine, this was irrigated acreage, and so was this. The result is a total of 8.323 acres of historically irrigated acreage on the Barta parcel out of the 10 acres. With a requirement to preserve 95% of that, essentially you end up needing to have 7.9 acres preserved. What we've done now is we fine-tuned a little bit the activity envelopes that we've shown you last time. That's the final map. We've made the activity envelope on proposed Lot 6 smaller than it was and further from the neighbors to the south, with a better buffer area around it. And in a little way shrunken the envelope on Lot 6 to be more tightly confined around the existing development. The result of that, we're consuming an aggregate total in the activity envelopes and the access envelopes of 1.95 acres. The remaining 8.05 acres on the whole parcel will be added to the Roaring Fork Meadows agricultural easement area. Therefore, it will be preserved and maintained in agricultural use, subject to the same restrictions and limitations as already fall on the agricultural easement throughout Roaring Fork Meadows. So the result of all of that is preserving more than 95% of the 7.9 acres, but actually preserving closer to 98% of it. Now, yes, Rob had asked the question last time about we excluded the ditch alignment from the historically irrigated areas, but we are including it now in future agricultural preservation. And that is actually a normal thing that with quite a bit of precedent in the county. The county accepts replacement square footage or acreage that for historically irrigated areas. So in other words, the preservation need not be the exact same land that had been historically irrigated, but the acreage amount has to be preserved. So for instance, we had talked about here using this area as replacement. That went away, but the understanding was there's precedent for that. Chaparral Ranch, WJ Ranch has provided separate areas from their historically irrigated areas to replace things that they were consuming. So what we're saying is, yes, this was not historically irrigated, but it will be added back into the agricultural preservation easement on the rest of the property. So it will then be limited to the same uses and preserved in the same manner. So in effect, all of the land outside of the two activity envelopes we're proposing will be in that agricultural preservation easement, and therefore will serve that purpose of preservation of the 95% requirement. What we're getting at is it ends up being 97.8% or something like that, instead of 95% of the 8.23.
So, Mitch, let me ask you. So you're including the ditch and water in the ditch. Is that what I mean?
Right. Yeah. Just like the other ditches are already included in Roaring Fork Meadows.
And does that prohibit piping of that ditch and covering of that ditch?
No, it does not. Those are the types of things that are allowed in the agricultural easement area already under the limitations, as long as they're consistent with the continued use for agricultural purposes. So, for instance, there's a ditch that runs the length of the property through here, right, the whole Roaring Fork Meadows, and another one that runs across the whole Roaring Fork Meadows through here. Those areas are, at least the lower one, is within the agricultural easement. So this would be consistent with that, what's been done here already.
Yeah, I guess what I'm talking about is the nature of the ditch. In other words, if you were to pipe the ditch in concrete pipes and erase the traces of that ditch, can you do that, or is an open ditch with willows growing on it part of the landscape we're trying to preserve? You know, and you're saying that you're trying to preserve the land, and what I'm saying is, well, if you change the character of that ditch, then you no longer have quite the same preservation characteristics that we...
I mean, I'm not aware of any plans to pipe it or...
No, but I mean, if the ditch company votes to pipe the ditch or certain sections of it, which they have from year to year where it erodes and it's better to pipe, that's a ditch company decision, but it still is an agricultural use.
Right.
They're just piping it for efficiency reasons.
Right. The reason I bring that up is because what we've learned within our hydrologic studies that we've had done within the county is that ditches actually supply an enormous amount of groundwater to the county, and wells rely on that groundwater being leaked from ditches. And so, and you have the issue with the neighbors and their water supply. So I'm just inquiring in this.
I think we'd be comfortable with something that says we can't do that, but we can't preclude the ditch company from coming in and doing it. We don't have the intentions. Yeah, we left the ditches open elsewhere on the property, and they look nice. They serve something of an amenity feature as well.
Right. Rob?
So, because I kind of raised this the last time, and I just want to make sure that I'm understanding this correctly. In your calculation of the historically irrigated area, you are stating that the ditch area was not part of the historically irrigated area,
right,
by nature of it not being farmland. But in the area that's going to continue to be irrigated, you are including the ditch area as farmland.
Not exactly. I mean, let's be clear that the requirement for 95% preservation of historically irrigated area does not require anyone to continue to irrigate anything. It's a land preservation tool. There's no requirement that someone continue to produce food or crops from the area that's preserved, or that they irrigated it at all. So it's a tool to preserve acreage. We feel that we're taking that a step further by saying, okay, the acreage will be preserved, and the acreage includes that area, but we're going to include it in our agricultural easement, which limits uses and does require its use for irrigation.
So what you're saying is that the 95% that you need to continue under a preserved status does not necessarily have to be a irrigated status.
Correct.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's a big difference from what I understood previously.
There's sort of two precedents that lead to that conclusion. The first is that you can do replacement square footage or replacement acreage. So it need not be the same acreage that had been irrigated before. It could be some acreage over here that we're going to preserve instead of that acreage.
But the replacement doesn't have to be irrigated, it just has to be preserved?
Like the code, yeah. I mean, there's nothing in the code that requires one to continue to irrigate it or produce from it.
Okay.
The next part is there's precedent for allowing things like landscape envelopes to continue to serve the purpose of the 95% preservation requirement. So again, those aren't producing food, and they're landscape envelopes. While you might have drip irrigation to get it established, there's no requirement that it be irrigated. So those precedents lead me to conclude that it's a land preservation tool, not an agricultural preservation tool, which is consistent with the AR-10 zoning, which states in the AR-10 zoning it's 10-acre lots are really going to be for residential purposes. There'll be some leftover little agricultural use. You know, that's in the intent of the AR-10 zoning.
And in addition to that, Rob, you know, when the Morrow subdivision was approved, there was a restriction that agriculture could not be used as a tool for property tax exemption or producing income. And so there's almost a hindrance to not want to irrigate and try to farm this land, just in this PUD document.
And then the other question is this little road section here. Again, you've got that excluded from your original irrigation or original historically irrigated areas, but you've got it included in your preserved land, even though it's got a road going across it.
Yeah, and you know, if we wanted to take out the road easement part from that, that's 0.036 acres. But the part that's all the cottonwoods will be preserved. So really the area of just the little road it's tiny. It's not going to take our 98% and drop it, or 97.7% and make it any less than 97%. It's just that little road there. Yeah.
And I would just like Suzanne's reassurance that that's kind of how you read the code, that this is really just a preservation tool, and the 95% that we need to find of that original 8.232 acres really doesn't have to be irrigated agriculture land.
The code, the language from the code is that the activity envelope shall be defined to ensure the preservation of at least 95% of the acreage historically used for production of food for humans or hay, grain, and other feed crops for livestock. I agree with the statement that there is no requirement that that be irrigated land. And I'll look for confirmation on that. But this language does not say you're going to preserve 95% and you're going to continue to irrigate. In some cases, this may not have been continually irrigated land even up till today. It says historically, so it could have been something that went out of irrigation 15, 20 years ago, but we're looking at that calculation. So that's the code perspective. The idea of replacement, as Mitch said, yes, we have accommodated that in our using this provision, and we've also the idea about if it's your development envelope where we allow landscaping around your house, we have allowed people to calculate that towards the irrigated lands, calculation. So if that was, it does not have the developed house on it, but there is an area around that may just be a landscape envelope, that has not been counted against that 95%. So that is consistent with what we've done with other applications.
And Michael, one last follow-up here. Suzanne, can you tell me if it's stated in the code or your interpretation of that word preserved in that language that you just read?
I guess as we said, the sort of Mitch's description of it is as a land preservation. It's open lands. It will not have structures built on it, but it may not look like a hayfield anymore. It may be a landscaped area, providing a landscape buffer around your house.
So really, in essence, it is what Mitch is saying, anything outside of the building envelopes. Because that's where they came up with their calculation.
Outside the activity.
So that's anything outside of an activity envelope is by nature preserved lands.
That's essentially, I think, how we've have this.
Thank you.
Yes, Jack.
Suzanne, I'd like to clarify, according to the code, if an applicant were to combine two subdivisions, does the code say that 95% of that land must be preserved? I'm not saying, managed for actively, but...
The language, the code, I don't think ever anticipated some combination of, so it definitely doesn't speak to anything that specifically. It just says the activity envelope shall be defined. It doesn't go into that detail of, if we're combining the prior PUD with something new.
Because it appears under one case that 88%, in the larger subdivision is preserved, but they only get to 95% if they use the 8+ acres. Am I understanding that?
No, that's...
This is just looking, I think Mitch's calculations are looking purely at the BARTA parcel unto itself, not bringing in the prior
So
calculations.
just the 8 point
associated.
equals,
Right.
yeah.
Right, so
There's
dealing with
an
95% on that, out of
You want
that.
to talk about that? Okay. And the 88.5% number was of the entire subdivision, not of the historically irrigated area. But the historically irrigated area in Roaring Fork Meadows is only 41.1 acres. The total land preservation area in that subdivision is over 57 acres.
So there's 18 acres.
Scott, could you just identify yourself, because you've been chiming in, but...
Sure. Scott Russell.
So between the two, the 95% of the historically irrigated area is really 41.1 acres up here and 8.23 down here. Call that 49, call it 50 acres just for round up. 95% of that is going to be, 45 acres, right? Or 40 acres, did I get it wrong? We've exceeded 40 acres of land preservation just up here. And we're saying down here are two envelopes and two activity envelopes and access envelopes together, adding up to only 1.9 acres out of 10. So the other 8 acres are in preservation. If you add that to here, we're way over any 95% requirement.
Thanks for the clarification.
We're probably over 100%. Actually, we are over. There we are. Where was I up to that? So I think that's kind of bullet point 2 under there. So now I'm on to page 4, the memo I submitted, about the Common Parcel 2. On Common Parcel 2, we had discussed the possibility of moving the recreational development envelope from this corner of the piece here down to a spot that we had sort of all looked at when we were on the site visit. We are still planning to pursue that, but we feel like we need to, before just proposing that, obviously, it needs study for not, riparian habitat influence, setback from high water lines, slope issues, you name it, everything the code would require to study before a activity envelope or any sort of envelope is established. We plan to pursue that, and our thought is we would do all those studies, and if the studies show that it's something that makes sense under the code, we would bring that in as part of the detailed final application. But for now, we're not proposing moving that. What we did propose here, for now, is a square footage limitation on the types of structures that can be built in that envelope. We did not see any need to further limit the allowed use in the envelope after reading through it. What's allowed there is common recreational facilities and storage sheds, landscaping and such other similar recreational amenities as may be approved by the Community Development Department within that envelope. We figure that covers it. And what we've proposed adding is a square footage limitation for those types of uses not to exceed 750 total square feet. We picked that number just because, for comparison's sake, it's similar to the county's exemption for garage floor area elsewhere. A 750 square foot garage is exempt from floor area in lots of parts of the county. Seemed like a reasonable number, a small footprint. Nothing large can happen with that. So that's what we've proposed there. It was asked that we limit it, and that's what we've suggested as we thought, a reasonable number.
George, you have a question?
Yeah, Suzanne, would on that parcel that we're talking about, just as it is status quo, would they be allowed to construct sheds or any recreational facilities anywhere on that parcel?
There's an envelope today on that little bench up by the trail.
Up high?
Right.
Right in that corner.
So in that little flat area that was right by the trail. So today they have the ability to do that, and there is no square footage specified for that, but there is an envelope. So what they're talking about is potentially moving that envelope lower down.
And we'd like to move it lower down, given that it would be further from the neighbors and less visible to trail you, and not really visible to the users of the trail. But we just, obviously can't commit to it without studying it first and making sure it complies with all the codes. So the next point here, I'm going to skip one bullet point and get back to that one at the end about square footage on lot 7. But moving through, this is sort of goes back to a lot of what we'd already said here. This, of the 8.05 acres outside of the activity envelopes and access envelopes on the BARDA parcel, the rest will be added to the agricultural easement for the Roaring Fork Meadows. So for comparison's sake, there are 8.232 acres of historically irrigated area on that entire parcel. So the commitment represents preservation of nearly 98% of the acreage that has been historically irrigated. It's actually, I think, 97.7. We were asked, I thought we were asked, I might have misunderstood last time, to look at the distance from our activity envelope to the Samuelson tracks, right?
For wildlife purposes.
And yeah, so given with our surveyor and the ability to put these things together in time, what we did is part one was this activity envelope. We showed the distance south towards the Samuelson tracks. And that envelope sits 225 feet from the property line, and then there's a 100-foot right-of-way. So 325 feet from the property lines of the Samuelson, the northerly property lines of the Samuelson tracks. So our feeling is that's a large setback. It's 100 foot of a right-of-way, 225, and in that 225, the last 65 feet is an area that's allowed for landscape buffering around any development that would happen in the envelope. We didn't get the surveyor to measure from the envelopes to the conservation easement, but my thought was, given the fact that there are activity envelopes here and here and here and here on parcels 1 through 5, unless I was misunderstanding, my thought was what's really the difference, since the distance between this envelope and the conservation easement is the intervening distance is largely activity envelopes for already approved residential development. It's not that I wanted to brush aside the distance, I just couldn't get the measurement in time, and then said, it's probably not all that significant given that there are residential envelopes in between anyway.
Yeah, and I would appreciate that reminding me that there are those 5 other sites.
I can get the distance, but yeah.
No, I'm good. Since I was the one to ask, I had other board members that might have their own opinion.
Lastly, for me, before
George has a question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I think unless I was daydreaming, I think we skipped over the item that I had asked about in terms of proposed floor area square footage. You've made a note in here, but you haven't really stated in terms of what you're willing or unwilling to do in terms of addressing the actual limiting of square footage.
Right, I was going to just finish my part and then let Scott address that one.
Okay, I just thought you were just going in order, that's fine.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was trying,
Okay,
wasn't clear. That was the one bullet point I said I was trying to skip and go
Okay.
back to. Let's see, and the last bullet point in all of this was pages 6 to 7. It's just sort of a summary of the benefits that come with the BARDA parcels subdivision. Without the BARDA parcel, the growth management commitments don't happen, and none of these benefits are required, or we're no longer on the hook for the commitments we've made. So these are a summary. I guess they kind of speak for themselves. I go walk through. The first one was just about fire access to the Hoagland Ranch subdivision. As it is now, these homes that sit up here are largely inaccessible for fire protection, given the way the road that they have up here, its width, the fact that they park things that encroach into it. Bill Harding has asked us to find a way to provide the ability for him to provide fire protection up there. We have done that. We've committed to a 20-foot wide fire protection access easement that we will regrade and we will gravel for them and provide that easement to them. And that was sufficient for Bill to say that now he'd be able to get up to these homes in case of a fire. The other part is these homes all have vehicles and other equipment stored in ways that encroach into that 20-foot area. We've agreed to provide them an area for parking those vehicles such that they will not encroach into that easement or prevent fire access. So quite a bit of benefit, I would say, to these neighbors immediately next door to us on this side. When we gave this parcel to Open Space and Trails, there have been plans ever since then to actually improve the trailhead and do some landscaping around it, but in talking with Open Space and Trails, it's on the radar, but no budget for it at this point. As part of the growth management review, we agreed to work with Open Space and Trails to develop the plans that they would be happy with, and then actually go in and make the improvements. And then it's also still on the table as an option if they chose instead of that happening. They can still accept a $10,000 contribution that would go towards I guess it was the bridge landing area for the trail over by Lazy Glen. Lazy Glen sits right here. I'm not exactly sure where that bridge landing area is, but apparently it needs some improvements and some funding for those improvements. So those were options. So we basically offered community benefits in terms of trail areas, whether it be we do the improvements here or help to fund the otherwise planned improvements down by Lazy Glen. We committed to completing a water augmentation plan that will allow for keeping the ponds in Roaring Fork Meadows full year-round. There's a pond here, there's a pond here, and another one here, on a year-round basis and cover replacement of evaporative losses. That would be done through a contract with Root Eye Reservoir and or releases from the ponds as necessary to maintain the Colorado Water Conservation Board's in-stream flow rights in the Roaring Fork River above the Frying Pan confluence. Let's see.
So let me ask you on those ponds, are they available for fire suppression right now? Is there some way, is there a mechanism there to get water out of it?
Yeah, the fire hydrants are working in both ponds. The two upper ponds have fire hydrants. The one below with the gazebo does not, but they all have.
These two do, yeah.
Those two do. We've installed aeration in all three ponds this summer so that it doesn't freeze. It's also good for the fish. So they are functioning and available.
So does the Basalt Fire District consider the one pond available for water for their purposes? There's no hydrant? No, the lower one?
I don't know. They can fill their tender truck with it out of that pond. It's available water they can tap into, but Bill's never discussed using that pond.
I mean, it seems to me for a complete plan, you're talking about fire access for the Hoagland Ranch, and this is adjacent to it, and and so it seems to me this should be included in some sort of fire suppression.
Well, what's not on the list is they have a pond on Hoagland Ranch that the liner has ripped and fallen apart, and so it doesn't hold water. And they have a hydrant hooked up to that pond, but right now that pond is empty. And so part of the GMQS, we would also assist because financially the Hoagland Ranch HOA cannot afford to reline that pond. So part of our contribution to the GMQS was to help them reline that pond. And then that hydrant would service Hoagland Ranch and our affordable housing unit, which the BOCC approved over there on Hoagland Ranch Road.
So when you say help, what does help mean? Are you going to get it done, or because
the arrangement we have right now verbally, which GMQS has not been approved. I've worked with the president of the HOA over there. We would work a financing plan where we would pay our share of our use, but we would pay to get it done because they don't have the money. So that Bill Harding can fight fires over there, and then their HOA would be like a finance agreement for their share.
Thank you, Scott.
The other things with water, we committed to retaining all irrigation water rights and tying these rights to the property itself by covenant, so they can't be transferable. In the absence of such a covenant, the applicant would maintain the right under state law to dry up water rights and the lands that they irrigate for sale or transfer to other properties, other uses or locations off-site. So we would prohibit that from happening by tying the water rights to the land itself. We've also said we would switch from flood irrigation to timed and zoned controlled irrigation systems, which would definitely increase irrigation efficiency, result in more water available to get back to the streams. Just in general, making all of the property's water usage more efficient. And otherwise, we have limited the activity envelope areas, and we'll add the rest of the acreage to the agricultural easement area described in the recorded PUD. And the activity envelopes are also been limited to the areas that allow for significant buffer distances between the development and the Denver and Rio Grande Trail. That wasn't a GMQS thing, that was just something that's a result of the shrinking of the envelopes and our now commitment to take all of the land outside of it and put it back into the agricultural area. Otherwise now, let's see, aside from in GMQS on Lot 7, limiting the floor area to a total of 8250 with no more than 5750 above ground, we had also limited the height on that property. The zoned height limit there is 28 feet, which allows 33 feet to a ridge line. We cut it back by 30% to a height limit of 19'6", no more than 24'6" to a ridge line. So that will shrink the perceived, well, not even, it'll just shrink the mass of any development that would occur on this property. Otherwise, in terms of square footage, Scott was going to discuss that part.
Yeah, and Michael, I'd like to ask you, we are open to discussing this item, but I'd like to have a discussion with the board, just so that I understand the board's perspective on this, but I want to ask your permission first.
Sure.
I'd like it to be open dialogue.
Yeah. The problem, of course, is it drifts into some sort of negotiation within this discussion. I'm not sure if we want to go there, but I think we can express our views on the square footage, and then you can make your assessment. How's that sound?
And I think that's fair. I mean, I guess I'm viewing this as a negotiation because I don't know how else to view it without having a discussion.
Right.
I feel like it's a horse trade.
Right.
And that the PUD door has been reopened. And so I just want to have the open dialogue and then see where we end up.
Yeah, but, of course, the best way is probably for you to reduce the square footage to 3,500 square feet, and that would, I think, probably would end the dialogue. That's not a negotiation, that's just, that's hypothetical.
Why? It's a hypothetical statement.
Yeah, so how does the board feel about it? How does the board want to approach the square footage on these lots? George?
Well, I've made my comments public before, and I'll say it again. I think 8250 is not compatible with the neighborhood. Regardless of reducing the height size, you still have the mass, you still have the traffic in terms of servicing that large facility. It will have an impact on the neighborhood. So I am not supportive of that large a home. 5750 actually is probably not quite compatible. It's larger than certainly the adjoining neighbors in Holland Hills for the most part. So 5750, that's granted by right, that's fine, but above that I think it's really not appropriate for that neighborhood and the impacts it would have on the neighbors.
So, yes, Jack?
Yeah, I'm certainly comfortable with agreement with Scott and having a discussion which can lead maybe to a conclusion, but not holding the applicant to representations made during a discussion. So we can arrive somewhere, maybe. I simply stated I totally share George's comments and lean a lot closer to Michael's off-the-wall comment than George's 5750 he mentioned previously, but then also has reiterated an important point that 5750 is probably not consistent with the neighborhood averages of the Samuelson tracks, for example. And I'd have to ask Suzanne about what was approved. Remind me, was it on 5750 on Roaring Fork Meadows?
Actually, no, those are
More or less?
more. They're 8250, but with the 5750 above grade, 2500 below.
So it is consistent with Roaring Fork Meadows.
Yeah, but and that's one part of the equation.
Correct.
Well,
Yeah, I mean, I guess for the first point, I'm kind of open to a little bit of a discussion, and comparing Holland Hills or Samuelson track, where the lot sizes are a lot smaller, to Roaring Fork Meadows, Barta parcel. It's at least worth having the discussion that different home sizes are comparable to lot sizes in communities, and just because there's something down the street with different lot sizes doesn't mean that's what comparable should be judged as. I would like to see the applicant come up with a 5750 limit, but given that 2,500 of it is going to be located below grade, it sounds like my understanding of the way this is written is they're kind of offering up the restriction on height to lessen the impact on the surrounding area. I think having a discussion will lead to a middle ground, I guess is what I'm saying.
right, so there's different ways of looking at it. I mean, the overall house size, if you were to take the percentage of the house size on Samuelson to lot size and apply that to your subdivision, you'd have a really substantial house. I assume. I mean, I don't know what it is.
The Barta parcel alone is bigger than the entire Samuelson tract.
Right. So there's some. That's an interpretation, and I think the interpretation that George is doing is just raw square footage. It's just larger. And when we're talking about 5750 here, we're really talking about 8250, right? Because we're talking about 2,500 subgrade with 5750 above grade, and so although it's the compromise that you mentioned was the size limitation or ridgeline limitation. So in terms of discussion, I'm not sure where the common point is amongst the commissioners. There seems to be a desire for smaller. Let me ask this, do you like the idea of 2,500 square foot subgrade at all? Or do you think we ought to judge the square footage in total, whether it's subgrade or above grade? Yes, Jack?
Specific to your question, I'm okay with, I feel that if there is an approval here, there should be both subgrade and above grade. So whatever total square footage we arrive at isn't just surface, above grade.
Right. What I was suggesting, though, is that we judge it as square footage simply, and it's up to the applicant to divide it.
Well, and I'm saying no, some of that square footage, wherever we land, needs to be given if, quote unquote, this is a discussion about a negotiation, some of that square footage, whatever the total is, needs to be below grade.
So you're saying if we were negotiating and then we had a 5750 house, then 20, whatever, some percentage would be below grade?
Yeah, some percentage. I'm not sure it would equate to 2,500 and 2,750 above grade. You know, I haven't been able to arrive, and I want feedback, of course, from the applicant. And is this a continued public hearing, Michael?
I think it is a public hearing.
Yeah, just to clarify. Well, I'd like to hear, you know, we're all involved in this, and I'd like public feedback too on the square footage. But I think it should be above and below, but I wouldn't hold the applicant to the exact standard of 2,500 if it's reduced as a cap, you know, down from the 8,250.
I mean, if the applicant were willing to reduce the above grade space, they would still be required to put some subgrade space in there.
Yes.
And that would be to make it more appropriate to the surrounding area?
Yeah, the visual impacts and I think are very important. The total square footage is important too, because we know square footage equates to use and needs for service, et cetera, et cetera. And so, but I'd be flexible. I wouldn't just stick with the 2,500. It has to be below grade if in fact there was a reduction. At the end of the day, you know, this decision that we collectively will make as commissioners is discretionary. So Scott is correct that at the end of the day, this would be a negotiation about where we could land with the whole package.
Does the board feel similar to Jack in that it should, whatever square footage ends up, there should be some required subgrade space?
Unless it's so small that, you know, it would be surprising. I mean, they had
that's why I mentioned the figure of 3,500.
But just, if I could, if you remember the existing cap from the growth management, doesn't require that you actually do anything subgrade. It's just that if you build that much, you can't have more than 5750 above grade. There's nothing in there that says somebody still has to build a basement.
I know, but everything's on the table for me.
And just also a point just to get to the height restriction. The height restriction does come out of, it's all coming out of growth management scoring. They got points by agreeing to put 2,500 square feet of the 8,250 subgrade. They got points for agreeing to limit the height. So that's where those specific numbers are coming directly from growth management. And I guess the only other point is that Samuelson lots, Holland Hills lots, the other Barta parcel lot are all allowed to build 5750, potentially all above grade. So anyway, just to, you know, for the comparison of what can happen surrounding this parcel.
And the way the county's rules are in the rural area, there's a disincentive to build any subgrade space because all floor area counts the same. So most people are going to put it above ground. Why put some of your 5750 below ground when you can put it above ground? And it's the same.
And I respect what you're saying, Jack, and I think Suzanne's pointed out it's a little bit of a slippery slope to customize this, but if it's a complete horse trade, everything's on the table, like you said. My point of this discussion was really, George, what you had brought up, and then I heard echoed as you went around making your comments, and that was the 2,500 below grade. Can you get rid of that? Is the applicant willing to get rid of that? And to me, that's a cleaner view on this, is that 2,500 foot component than getting into what could be many hours of discussing a pro rata above and below grade at 5750 as a total.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not saying, my comments were not specific in terms of where that square footage has to come from, whether it's above grade or below grade. I'm just saying that 5750 is granted by right, and that's where it should end up at the most. And how the applicant wants to design that home is is up to the applicant, just like anyone would have that right in Sanderson and Holland Hills. If someone tears down, they can build 5750 by right. That just becomes a design element, but I did not intend my comments to say that that square footage had to come from sub-level.
But per the GMQS, that is how it's categorized right
I
now.
understand.
So that's, I think we're on the same page, but I hear what you're saying.
So it sounds like we're drifting towards 5750. Chad?
Yeah, and so for the sake of moving the conversation along, let me back off on a requirement for subgrade. Let's focus on the issue at hand, which George appropriately brought up last time, about total square footage. So, not to complicate things, to me, it's the square footage should be less than 5750, and that's important to me because standalone, nothing should happen more than what's already approved, one lot, under the old BARDA. Okay, so Mitch, rightfully so, in working with staff, or the applicant, I should say, I apologize, the applicant has decided to combine two subdivisions in order to possibly create another lot. So we have absolute discretion on what this should be, I think. And I'm going to vote for less square footage than 5750, without question. It's very important to even have me get to the plate when historically, standalone, this parcel should not be further subdivided. One home, that's it. So the square footage, in order to have the other benefits that Mitch has articulated twice now, 2 meetings, there might be some benefit. I can be brought along, but there's got to be essentially a request for less square footage than 5750.
And you're talking about per lot.
Well, Suzanne could clarify. There's an existing right for the one.
A fathering parcel right for 5750.
Yeah, so I'm not saying that we're touching that. The request is for the second lot before us. And so I'm trying to, unless the applicant wants to offer reducing both, and then we come to a number, fine. But I'm not sensing that, and I'm not requesting that, because there appears to be an existing right. Remember, you went through a GMQS, but you haven't had it ratified by resolution, so.
Well, that's part of my discussion, right. I understand that. But Jack, I've got to say, on January 11th, my notes indicate that you supported George's suggestion of 2,500-foot reduction. You're asking for more than that today.
Well,
if I'm hearing you correctly, you now want another pound of flesh on that footage.
Well, maybe 1.5 pounds. I don't really know.
Well,
I just want to be clear.
So
we're out on the table with it.
Instead, but I said I supported less square footage. We'd have to listen to the minutes to see exactly how fine a point I made in agreeing with George. And I don't think we should waste time on that.
Yeah, this is the part where
This
it's
is today.
kind of difficult, Scott, because you're holding, this really does get into some kind of negotiations and past statements, and we could go on for a long time. And I don't really think it serves the public interest. You've sort of heard what the drift of this, of these commissioners, and what I hear, and I don't think it's unfair, I'm hearing 5750, and that's what I'm hearing. So I don't think we need to get into talking to each commissioner about what he said in past meetings. This is what we're talking about.
But Michael, I'm not saying 5750. So.
But I'm just talking about the drift.
Right.
The drift is that way, and I know
each has to speak for themselves.
Yeah, and I will allow you to do that, but I'm trying to move it along, because we'd be deadlocked, I think, if
And I think that's fair, and I agree with that. But again, I'm here to talk about taking some of that footage off based on George's comment last hearing. And, you know, in looking at the GMQS, we went through that, it was scored, Planning Commission approved it, and this is a little bit of an education for me. At this level, even though it has not been incorporated or approved by the BOCC, does the BOCC, are they going to look at the GMQS process in detail? Or is that something that the Planning Commission did and staff did, and it is here for a final blessing, but it's not going to be reviewed again at the same detail as before?
Suzanne,
I mean, the board's action on the growth management allotment is basically at this point to just grant the allotment. The P&Z scores, those scores are forwarded, the appeal period, you know, all of that expired. So essentially it's, I don't know what the appropriate word is, but the only action the board takes at this point is to actually grant that allotment. There is no, they don't go back through the scoring, review that. That's in the purview of the P&Z, unless there had been an appeal.
but we can take subsequent action based on this approval.
Well, again, since the allotment has not been granted, so that resolution is traveling with the other requests that are being made. You know, essentially, you can grant the allotment, and they may not be able to exercise that allotment if they don't get the other approvals that are requested. The allotment could have been granted a year ago once the scoring was completed, but if they don't make their way through the rest of the process, the allotment could, you know, then would mean nothing.
I think, you know, putting the cards on the table, and I don't know what, you know, Scott won't be thrilled with me for this, but the allotment is what it is, and it'll grant 8250, but I think if there's a PUD approval, you can further limit that in a PUD approval, and that's what you've been saying. So, no, I don't think your hands are tied in that. So,
right, George.
You know, Michael, we've been going about an hour and a half on this. I wonder if we either take a break or perhaps get public input, and then we can sort of move this along.
Sure. Does the board want to hear public input right now, or do we want to take a short break? Jack, Rob?
Public.
Public? Okay. So this is a public hearing. This is first reading, and I think we've had public comment before, but we'll reopen that portion of this meeting to have public comment. And it can be on any portion or all portions of this hearing, but it's best to keep it brief and direct. So are there members of the public here who wish to make a comment? Yes, ma'am.
My name is Jennifer Long. Would it be possible for me to sit at the table here so I could spread out some papers? Is that okay?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
I can clear up.
But I did say, Jennifer, that, you know.
I will try to keep it as brief as I can.
Okay.
But,
And clarity is important too.
there's a lot of things to address here.
Right.
And I put a lot of time in on this, and I would just like to know that, you know, it's all been listened to and heard. So what I was going to do is go through Mitch's latest memo here. For the total lot reduction areas, I never did see anything in the way of Lot 6 access, and I don't know if they'd care to address that. And I was also wondering what would be deducted if the remainder of Tract A was taken out, the part that Pekin County owns, and whether or not that would be the deciding factor in lot area, whether or not that would put them under 70 acres for the total. So that is one thing I'd like to know. And then, along with that, the idea of the county lending their support in lending lot area to this whole thing is a little bit bothersome to me. And the other lot area issue, has to do with the high water line, which I know everyone is sick to death of hearing about. But from comments and questions at the last meeting, I'm not sure everybody got to read through all of the work that I've done on this. At the time of high water, I went down there, I took photos, and I put flags around. And those flags, after the October meeting, between the October meeting and the commissioner site visit, those flags were disappeared. They were removed. So I'm sorry you didn't get to see that. But I have to wonder why more care wasn't taken to preserve those. What if the applicant is so confident that their lot area would not have been impacted enough by the high water lot area that I marked? Why, if they were so confident, why more care wasn't taken to preserve those flags, and why why you weren't allowed to see that? On the business, this is sort of just because they were talking about putting recreational buildings down at the river. I'm almost 100% positive that anything down there is going to be within the 100-year floodplain. Just as kind of an aside, actually, on the whole thing. I tried to email this to Suzanne today because this is kind of information that I just found, and it's kind of complicated, so follow with me here. The area that I marked for high water, I hope you all got this sketch that I did. Did you see that?
That was
When did you send it?
Not in this packet, but it was included in. It was submitted, I think, 2 meetings ago, and then included in the last packet. I believe when I resubmitted, we put all of Jennifer's comments back into the packet. So the January 11th meeting.
Yeah, I flagged an area. I took tons of photos.
This?
Yep, that's the one. I have the. And I brought along some stuff that I tried to send Suzanne today. First is the USGS definition of a recurrence interval. The definition of the county code definition of high water was the 10-year recurrence interval, or where the vegetation changes from aquatic to terrestrial. And there seems to be some confusion about the difference between the 10-year recurrence interval and an average. And the county code says nothing at all about average high water. It's about the average recurrence interval, of 10-year recurrence interval. Okay, and what that means is that over a 10-year period, the water will reach this level once every 10 years on average. So when I flagged this year, I looked at water records from the closest gauging station that we have, which is 1.7 miles down valley from this site. The water level that I flagged this year was exceeded in 2008 and 2010. So the water was at least as high in those 2 years as it was this year. And given the count, especially given the area in Tract A that belongs to Pickton County, the missing Lot 6 access, I am virtually certain that the area that I marked would have been enough to get this application below 70 acres total of lot area. The county code doesn't say anything about what sort of time period is supposed to be covered in the average 10-year recurrence of the high water line. So, I mean, you could go back 10 years or 20 years or 30 years or 40 years. It doesn't really say. But if you go back 30 years, just the data within the last 4 years is enough to put the high water line where it was this year. That's all you need to do is go back 4 years. Let's see. And I can put this in for the record if you want. This is the data that I was not able to send to Suzanne today because of the type of file it is, I guess. But there's records from the station that I used, which is this one. This is the Roa Frico station on Roaring Fork, 1.7 miles from our site. In order to try and get a lengthier, this only went online in 2007, so I only have that much years of data. In order to get a lengthier period, you can see this, and then this is pretty much exactly the same graph, but it's from the Roaring Fork River below Maroon Creek. Same thing, pretty much. And I did this for the same time period as the Roa Frico station was online. And then I did a longer time period just so that you can see that they're pretty comparable as far as water flow. And then I did a longer time period for the station below Maroon Creek. And you can see on this that here is 2010, 2008, both of which were higher than this year, the 2011, okay? And that level is exceeded at least twice more since 1992. So just to give you a little bit lengthier period of data. I mean, it's not perfect, but it should be enough to show that the high water line is well above what was marked by Jonathan Welsky. Okay, and that's pretty much all I've got on the high water. And then on the irrigated cropland area, this just is like magical thinking to me. If the county code had meant to say that 95% of the area outside of the building envelope, that the building envelope can only consume 5% of a lot, or something like that, that's what it would have said. Instead it says 95% of agricultural cropland will be preserved. By Mitch's calculation, there are 8.3 acres of irrigated cropland, which means that 4.15 acres, 0.415 acres can be consumed. You can take the original lot here, and by my previous calculations, lot 7 was 1.5 acres, and 1.1 of that was actually already out of not irrigated cropland. So 0.4 of that on their original sketch, 0.4 of that was coming out of the irrigated cropland area. All that aside, I haven't had time to look at this, and I sent Suzanne an email. I hope you guys, I had her forward to you all. I would really like some time to look this over and check the numbers, because a lot of inaccurate information has been put out there previously, and to have this just all presented at the meeting for immediate approval is, without staff or myself or anybody else that's interested being able to check the numbers, would not be right. So, assuming that Mitch is correct with his 1.03 acres now incorporated into the building envelope or activity envelope for lot 7, and the activity envelope plus the access envelope, and added up to, let's see, just about an acre, just under an acre. If you start with 8.4 acres and you take out 5%, you can only take out an additional 0.415 acres. That's it. And this activity envelope plus lot, this is almost 1 acre. So by my calculations, they would need to knock off another 0.5 or 0.6 acres. And I'll take questions if everybody's confused by that. Did I make that clear?
Well, this is really for public comment. So
Okay.
Jennifer, you have the ability to make comment. You've gone for quite a long time. And I appreciate how much work you've done, but we're not going to enter into a dialogue on
Okay.
what.
I'm hoping everybody understands that.
You just have to assume that we
Okay.
we can understand.
Okay. So the whole business about not counting the ditch when you're determining existing irrigated cropland and then putting it back in as part of the agricultural easement. We're not talking about agricultural easement. We're talking about preserved irrigated cropland. And if you take out an acre from the existing 8.4 acres, you're taking out more than 10% of the existing irrigated cropland. More than 10%. And putting back in, trees and stuff, that's not what the code was getting to. If it had been getting to that, it would have said something different. Okay. And Mitch at one point said that I was nitpicking technicalities, and maybe I am, but he has gone the other direction and is pretty much calling irrelevant everything that doesn't fit into his numbers there. And the claim that the high water line has no real meaning is, just not true unless you decide to completely ditch all lot area calculations for the entire county. And in another point, something was said about the true point of the application being the carrying capacity of the property, and because the Samuelson property has 15 homes on a smaller area, that obviously they can, the carrying capacity will not be exceeded. Well, I think the true question really has to do with the zoning and meeting the land use code zoning requirements and not the carrying capacity. It's not irrelevant. It needs to be considered. Okay. There was another point where, and this is just kind of an example, the applicant's submitted sketch of the building envelopes did not match the sketch that was sent to Surface Engineering, I guess it was, for measuring out the preserved cropland. So there was a difference in numbers at one point. I don't know if you even got to that, but on another letter that I sent for a previous thing, that is why there was a difference, because two different sketches were used. And another point, this was an old one, I guess, never mind. The business about taking the BARDA parcel going through an independent review, as Suzanne said, it's not going through an independent review, really, because if it was, it would have been knocked out of the ballpark a long time ago. It can only be done as part of being incorporated into this PUD. And so what we've got here is the original PUD, which has 5 lots and cannot get another lot under any circumstances. We've got the BARDA parcel, which is zoned for 10 acres, AR10, and is entitled to 1 lot and independently cannot get another lot under any circumstances. But when somehow you put that together, magically, 5 plus 1 has added up to 7, and I'm a little confused by that. But if you're comfortable with it, that's just, I think it's exploiting a loophole, and it's a technical maneuver that shouldn't be permitted. Something else that was considered irrelevant by the applicant was the no further subdivision clause from the original 1982 agricultural lot split. And once again, this is entirely at the commissioner's discretion. You're not obligated to grant this split of a 10-acre lot into 2 5-acre lots. And I think there should be a really good reason for reversing the decision of a previous board. And I don't see any good reason for doing that here. There's no public benefits to this that are based on the actual lot split. When that tract was broken off of the 3-acre lot there, that was an obvious public benefit. There was a good reason to do that. The land went to open space and trails. And that there's just no, that's a great reason. It's a good use of it. But this split is only going to the developer. And there's just no reason to reverse the previous board in this case. If you want to, you can, but you're certainly not under any obligation to do that. I think that is pretty much all I've got there. I hope I had another neighbor that I was hoping would submit some comments, and he thought it was not worth the time because he said big money always wins, and I hope that the board's not going to go that direction. If you do, I would hope that, as has been some discussion about this, I would hope that you would severely reduce the size of the building envelopes and the square footage of the buildings. That's it.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Thanks.
The public hearing is still open. Are there other members of the public who wish to make comments at this time? Yes, ma'am? Why don't you come up and state your name, and I gave Jennifer, I think, about 20 minutes.
I only need one.
Minimum. So I don't, that's because Jennifer's been so deeply involved in this. But I don't think we can give every public comment 20 minutes.
My name is Sarah Adams. My husband and I own a home in Holland Hills. I might be a little late to the table. I just learned about this application a few weeks ago with that newspaper article. But just to be brief, we are opposed to the concept of combining the two subdivisions to allow more density here. I think that the adjoining neighborhoods are already out of compliance with their zoning regarding density, and I think that approving this would just make the situation worse. So that's all.
Thank you, Sarah. Are there any other members of the public who wish to make a comment at this time? Yes, ma'am.
May I just sit here, please?
Sure. You just have to speak up and state your name, please.
Joanna Sarah, Sanderson subdivision. The whole project is on the borderline, read the acreage. It still baffles me that when Bob Morrow was Mitch's client in 2003, the 2.931 acreage lost on parcel 2 was used because they didn't need the 70 acres now needed. Now that they need the 70 acres, they got in another surveyor, and Mr. Losky, the biologist, to survey and mark the area of parcel 2 to get their 70 acres. I don't know that this high water line will ever be determined, but in Basalt, the trailer park had readings of 8 inches in the trailer park in 1984, 95, 2011 for an employee of the town of Basalt. And I'm wondering why the county doesn't get a surveyor and do their calculations. My understanding is that the county used to have their own surveyor. What happened to that person? It appears to me that it looks like the applicant usually has the advantage. I've learned a lot in this process, and it makes me wonder how many projects have gotten approved in the past because no one had opposed it, right or wrong. Hopefully you will consider more than the figures in making your decision. And these are some considerations. The water issue. We've had 2 years of little snow in our area, not much for replenishing the stream for our water. Who knows how long this will go on? Could it be years? And this is taken from the standard of conduct for Pitkin County public officials. It's considered a quality of life for the community, recognizing that the stewardship of the public interest must be their primary concern. Public officials will work for the common good of all people of Pitkin County and will assure fair and equal treatment of all persons, claims, and transactions coming before them. And this is a vision statement for county employees on the people. Pitkin County provides leadership that is trustworthy, respectful, ethical, courageous, unbiased, and visionary. County staff acts with honesty, integrity, respect, and professionalism, and is closely identified with the public they serve. For growth, rural communities provide a scenic and peaceful environment for residents. I feel this will be lost if all the houses get built on the 7 lots. Pittman County Board of County Commissioners has adopted a standard of conduct for public officials to assure confidence in the integrity of local government and its effective and fair operation. Also recognizing that stewardship of the public interest must be their primary concern, they will work for the common good of all people of the Pitkin County and will assure fair and equal treatment of all persons, claims, transactions coming before the Pitkin County boards. To me, confidence is the #1 priority. And I hope I will still feel this way when all this is over, having confidence in my public officials. I realize you depend on getting a lot of your information from the applicant and staff. And if it isn't always accurate, then you can make a false decision, which I hope doesn't happen here. And I sometimes feel we, the public, haven't gotten a fair shake. And I would like to know where the letters that support of the neighbors that were supporting this project, where I haven't seen or read them, but Ann Gerchik sent in her letter and it was posted. And another thing about the wildlife, back in the late 70s, early 80s, when everything was a hayfield, we used to get quite a number of elk coming down here every winter. And the other thing you were wondering about along the ditch. The ditch has growth and all kinds of bushes and trees. And that, when I look from my house, I can tell where the ditch is because of the growth right along all the ditch. And let's see. I think perhaps that's probably, oh, I know one other thing. What is considered historically irrigated? Because before the property was ever sold, the ranch used to be in total hay fields. But now, you know, like where Darwin's house is, it's not considered historically irrigated. And that's confusing to me. What is really considered into how many years or what? How does that work to be historically irrigated? And that's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other members of the public who wish to make a comment at this time? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing at this point. And I'll take suggestions from the other commissioners of what direction we should go in from here.
I think we indicated it might be appropriate time for a break.
That's sort of a short-term suggestion. I was hoping for a longer term, but let's think about it and let's take a break till 10 after 3. How's that sound?
Yeah, and I would suggest that we just make our comments, and if we have any further questions, finish that off and try to make a decision in terms of whether we're going to move this ahead to second reading or not.
Okay. So we'll take a break until 10 after 3. the afternoon, January 25th. This is a BOCC regular meeting. We're coming back from a break, and we are on the BARDA subdivision portion of our hearing, which was under land use public hearings. So George suggested that we make comments at this point, commissioner comments. Is that okay with the board? Are we ready for that?
So Michael, just to clarify, comments and questions?
Yeah.
The whole nine.
Sure. So since George made the comment, why don't you proceed, George? And
Well, if someone has questions, I'll defer to questions first.
I need John Ely here.
Oh, okay. Where did our key staff go?
Well, does anybody have questions that don't entail John Ely? Yes,
I
sir.
have one question that I could throw in to take up a little time here. Suzanne, one of the concerns that was raised by someone in the audience was the 100-year floodplain for the rec building on parcel, whatever this parcel is down here. I'm assuming that whenever that rec building gets approved, it's going to go through full approvals.
Right,
and it's
right.
really not an issue regarding this because we're
not moving the envelope at this time.
We're not moving the
They would
envelope.
have to come back to do that.
and it's going to have to comply with
And
everything 100%.
Right at that point, they have to demonstrate, yep. Yep, that's correct.
That was my one.
But we are
my one
discussing
easy-
it with the goal of, if everything is in compliance, I think we all like to see it move.
Yeah.
The existing envelope's well above the floodplain, that's already been determined.
And I guess I'll ask one other quick question regarding what Jennifer had brought up. Another thing was the taking track 1 out of the PUD. And what's the precedence that's been set? I think the applicant had stated that because that was offered and is still part of the PUD as a public benefit, it sounded like the precedent is that it just still remains part of that PUD acreage.
That's how staff has looked at it, is it was part of the original plat. It was platted as a separate tract that was committed to be conveyed to the county, and it was subsequently conveyed. So it was part of the original acreage. And I think Mitch, made the comparison to, we have specific language in the code about when somebody dedicates a trail easement is the closest comparison we have. But we don't deduct for that because we don't want to penalize people for giving us something that we want.
And I guess my fear is if we set precedents to take it out of the PUD, we're setting precedents to not have a trail easement or give land to the county for public use.
Shown on the plat, it is, it is platted as Tract A of the Morrow-Wingo Junction subdivision. So,
Any further questions, Ron?
Not right now, thank you.
Okay. So, Jack, you had a question for John Ely?
Yeah, well, I have a number of things, so let's start with John. And I'll start with a comment to the applicant and everyone else. I am concerned about one of the public benefits relative to the old flood irrigation versus, of course, transitioning to a timed irrigation system. Can we, and this question is for John, can we as a board request the applicant to do any kind of a study as to the impact of what it will mean for a water table?
You mean the water table falling?
Yeah.
Because of change in irrigation practice?
Yeah, because we, working with Dr. Combe, for example.
You can request it. It's an awful difficult thing to do. It's hard to predict. It's fairly conclusive that that's exactly what will happen. The degree to which it'll happen is it might be difficult to predict. Whether or not you can require it, yes, you can require it.
Okay. Well, Michael, may we just go kind of one point to another so we move it? Question to the applicant, either representative, of course. have you investigated, thought about what impact there might be here? I mean, we understand the benefit piece. And I would agree that there are benefits, of course, of returning water and less evaporation, all of that. Have you thought about what impact it might have on the neighbors to Samuelson and even the potential above? I mean, because what I don't know, and probably none of us do, is what is the water table, and their aquifers, or it's also next to a river. So
I mean, honestly, these were. I assume we're talking about just the change from flood irrigation to.
Yeah, that's the specific question.
Honestly, we went through the growth management scoring criteria for water resources with Paul Noto of Patrick Miller Crumpf, the water attorney, and asked him what can we do to score favorably, and because if you're scoring favorably, the assumption being if we're scoring favorably, we're doing things that benefit the community. That's what the scoring is all about. And these were his suggestions, honestly. Have we considered being more efficient with our water and using it in a more appropriate way, and what that would mean for the water table below? Honestly, I can't say personally I have, or that I've thought about that. I just go on the assumption that the county writes the standards to do things that are good and not harmful, and that this is a way of doing something that was good and not harmful. There's no intention or hope that would be a bad thing, but no, it's perfect. It's totally aimed at being an overall good.
Yeah, and Mitch, you understand by the question, it's certainly not, I'm not inferring anything, whatever, because I believe at the end of the day, other than the real estate piece, you're completely sincere about all those things you termed and was scored benefits, so, no question there. But after Greg Long, you heard his public comments last time, and he didn't define what kind of engineer he was, but it raises a question that we are aware of, at least those of us on the board from years working with Dr. Combe, and his study about irrigation ditches, and if they're culverted, for example, that means less
seepage.
Yeah, seepage, etc. So I guess the way I might approach this as an individual commissioner, because others would have feedback, whatever, is that you might think about this issue, and if in fact this does move forward, again, to a second reading, think about efficient ways to use water, etc., because I agree with John that, on second thought, a study, it's really hard to be definitive and et cetera, I don't need to explain myself further. So maybe we can just enhance the efficiency of water use for the product.
And I might add, I live in Samuelson, and I have since 1997. And I know Joanna and Jennifer can weigh in on this, but my personal opinion, when we have fluctuations, it's more about the water in the river and the fact that our well is old. It's not drilled as deep as newer surrounding wells, like Holland Hills. Even our neighbors within the Samuelson area drilled a new well below ours. So the water table's clearly fluctuating and most practically going down. But our system is old, and the fluctuations I've seen are when the river is low. And, Bob Morrow was not flood irrigating, and Darwin has been the one that has flood irrigated in the past. So for the last 4 or 5 years, that whole upper field has not been getting irrigated at all. And I can't say that there's been a direct correlation to the Samuelson subdivision because of that. And that's zero water going into the ground, except through seepage from the ditch as the water's moving past.
Well, but generally we've had a lot of moisture, but then again the quality of the subsurface and absorption. So we're not going to go there. I would just make my request and leave it at that, because it gets way beyond. Suzanne, question, please. According to our code, and here we go again, our favorite topic, or one of the two, high water mark. In case a creek, stream, or river, the water line, the point changes from aquatic to terrestrial vegetation, or, and to me that is very important to have Jonathan around, next time if we get there, or the high water line of a stream discharge with an average recurrence interval of 10 years. Would you explain to me what with an average recurrence interval of 10 years? I was thinking last meeting it just really meant an average of whatever. Well, data is pretty lacking, but what does an average interval mean? If we were, because some commissioners have said, well, due to the lack of an average, quote unquote, well, we're going to go with the terrestrial definition. Fine. But I have to, and Jennifer raised this just now, and for me to move beyond this, I need to have your definition of what an average interval of 10 years means.
I think we looked at this and said, first of all, you'd need at least 10 years of data to determine what this is over a 10-year period, and we don't have that specific to this property. So, again, if it's maybe as simple as going out there on the date of high water every year and marking, flagging whatever line that is, we're still, I think, talking about over a period of 10 years and somehow finding an average there. That would be my basic understanding.
I mean, I would think it's like a 10-year event, like a flood, a 100-year flood event. It doesn't mean it happens once every 100 years. It's an average. On average, only once every 100 years. I think it would be, yeah.
Jennifer, the public hearing is closed at this point. The public hearing is closed. I'm sorry, Jennifer. John, you had a comment?
Yeah, I think to take what Suzanne said one step further, what you're really doing is looking at a recurrence interval, not an average of 10 years, that this high water event would recur one time every 10 years on average. So it's analogous to looking at a 10-year flood or a 50-year flood or a 100-year flood. It doesn't mean that the 100-year flood is going to happen every 100 years, but if you look at the periodicity of reoccurrence of that level of flood, you would expect it to occur once in 100 years.
And
this would be once in 10 years.
Yeah. So that to me is the point. My first take at this, and we haven't really done this, had to face this one, was it was an average. You take 10 years and you calculate and you come up. No, an occurrence once every 10 years. So our code is in contradiction, and this is where Jack is at on high water, because Jonathan's flags were very deeply underwater, and it wasn't even high water yet. This is June 25th versus July 7th or whatever that number is. Therefore, we have a contradiction here because the code says an interval, an occurrence every 10 years. My personal observation, and my knee in the water, my foot in the water, those flags were underwater big time. And so therefore, by the simple definition, I am inferring that Jonathan's high water mark only meets one definition, and I have complete faith in his integrity, the terrestrial piece, but it doesn't meet the necessary or part of our definition. So that's a significant issue, and therefore for me, the 70 acres is still in question. Now, Mitch could bring us further information, or Mitch and his team, whatever. That's something else, but it's a fact. The or part of this meets the definition of our code, and it was way above where Jonathan's flags were and his GPS readings were. Because I don't think his GPS readings were any different than where his flags were, as denoted on, one of our maps, as it were. Okay, so thanks for that clarification, Suzanne and John.
Jack, I don't want to interrupt your train of thought.
Please do.
When you look at the language of that code, what's on either side of the "or" could be dramatically different. Where the vegetation changes at one fixed interval, it's relatively easy to observe. There it is. Calculating the recurrence interval of essentially a 10-year flood, what you have to do is gather gauge data, and there is a gauge downstream from this location, and then extrapolate that up. And that may give you a totally different mark on the ground, so to speak. It's not the situation where the code language is saying, well, what we're doing is we're trying to determine high water level, and you can get there essentially the same place by looking at one or the other methodology. These two methodologies might yield a completely different result.
So are you saying...
And the "or" allows you to look at either one you feel comfortable looking at.
But it doesn't say whichever is more restrictive.
So, I'm sorry, board, if I'm being too meticulous here, but my brain works differently here. So are you saying that, in fact, in order to be compliant with the code, if the applicant meets one or the other, then they could qualify as meeting that code? Because that just changes what my finding is, or whatever. John,
That's exactly right. And the dilemma is, I think, when I'm looking at this, I know that if you look at vegetative change and you look at the 10-year flood mark, they are not going to necessarily be the same. Vegetation will be where the water is going to support it, and will change over time as a variety of different things happen. If we're in a dry cycle for a couple of years, you could see vegetative change, and it would drop back down, or the other direction. But the reoccurrence of a 10-year flood event should be more stable, and so as the immediacy of the last couple of years runoff changes, you can see a vegetative change, whereas that 10-year flood interval should stay, unless on a long-term horizon, it won't change that radically. At any rate, given the property, not saying this particular property, but any particular property might yield a result that's fairly different. It's not like we're using two different alternative methodologies to derive at the same place. These two methodologies could take you in two different places completely.
Yeah. Well, thanks for that explanation. In all of this, I will have to state that I compliment Jennifer Long on her investigations, time spent, calculations. In my now starting my 12th year as a commissioner, I've never seen a member of the public get so involved in an application, not in yay, nay questions, but literally the mathematics involved here and the questions. And regardless of how this pans out today and at the end of the day, she does deserve a compliment as being an involved citizen, and that makes our job better, even though it takes a little longer. We at least are covering every base we can before we go down the road. So having said that,
Jack, just a second. Rob, did you want to make a comment?
Well, I have the same comments, and I will concur with what you said. I think Jennifer's involvement just adds to the process, and I commend her for taking this to the level that she's taken it. But I do want to understand the language because of some of the things that Jack brought up here. One, it sounds like I heard that the "or" in this part of the code really allows the commissioner's discretion to pick and choose, flip a coin and pick one that they want, as far as is what I'm hearing. And my other question is you had said that
the language of a stream discharge with an average occurrence interval of 10 years, meaning what the 10-year occurrence is or what the 10-year level is. Really, from a scientific point of view, I would also interpret that to mean if we had 3 100-year occurrences within the last 10 years, that doesn't mean that those levels, the 10-year occurrence could be well below those 3 100-year occurrences that just happen to happen in the last 10 years. And the odds of that happening are slim to none, but scientifically, to find the 10-year occurrence level, you still have to have the data to determine that.
Right. Well,
and rule out the 100-year occurrences that happen within that time period that you are judging that data.
Right. It's basically a probability.
Yeah.
The probability is that you'll have a 100-year event in a 100-year interval, but you certainly could have it in back-to-back years.
I correct you on that, because I think the probability is that you have a 1 in 100% chance of having a 100-year occurrence every year. Meaning if you roll a die and it's 1 out of 100, every time you roll that die, you have a 1 in 100 chance of that 100-year occurrence happening. If you flip a coin, you don't have a 50%.
I don't think so.
It's a statistical
I don't know. That would be
way of looking at it.
That'd be fun to argue over a beer, but before we get into that,
To adjourn. I retract my motion.
But the 10-year flood event is going to happen 10 times more frequently than the 100-year flood event. But at any given year, you can't use that probability to determine what's going to happen, like the toss of a coin.
Yeah.
The more times you do it, the closer it will be 50-50. But you can't tell what it's going to be if I did it right now.
But technically, you have a 50% chance of getting heads every time you flip a coin.
Now, but to get back to the code.
Let me just clarify something, Rob. I don't think that it was the commissioner's choice on choosing either of those criteria. It's an applicant's choice.
That's kind of where I was going to go next. And what Mitch kind of stuck in there a minute ago is that the code doesn't say which of these two methodologies that is more restrictive should apply. It simply says one or the other. In fact, it's whatever is demonstrated. Now, given the fact that there has to be some degree of calculation and gauge analysis and gradient analysis of any drainage, it's just a heck of a lot easier to look at vegetation, because it takes one visit by somebody who can spot the difference between one type of sedge and a different type of grass, and then you're done. What I can tell you is that these two methodologies that are listed in the code will not produce the same result of identifying where the water is going to be during a more frequent flood occurrence event, a 1 in 10-year flood. The language in the code, though, with the insertion of the word "or," allows an election to be made, and the election is made by the applicant here to rely on vegetation. The board, in determining the viability of this request overall, can weigh that, but the code doesn't require us to say, we're not going to listen to that vegetative requirement because we want to do a 10-year flood requirement. The code simply says one or the other will give you a high water mark, and the code is only looking for the high water mark. I think the code is inartfully drafted because it's just not going to give you what you think you're getting. But be that as it may, that's what the code says. It's one or the other is going to tell you where the high water mark is, and there you go. And I think perhaps the most conclusive statement from the presentations made to the board is that those two methodologies are widely varying, and all you have to do to evidence that is to look at the photographs that show the flagging and the marks of change in vegetation being completely inundated last year, which was as far as anything I've read, not a 1-in-10-year event.
Okay, thank you for that discussion, and we'll move on here. At the end of the day, we're going to agree or disagree. Each commissioner will retain his own discretion, but as a point of fairness, we're all totally there. And as far as the area for the county land and the parking lot, I'm ready to weigh in on that, and clearly I would not deduct that. I don't want to discourage applicants from contributions or whatever, so our precedent and the way we've handled this, I'm going to agree with that. So that one's, for me, off the table. As far as the rec structure, et cetera, I appreciate the applicant's offer to do some studying and do the best job possible and restrict it to 700 feet. That's real positive, because there was no limit previously.
I think it was 750.
Whatever.
Is that what you said?
Was it
750 is what we...
Okay. Good, thanks, Michael. Irrigated crop area, Jennifer makes, good arguments. I have to say, without getting a calculator and going step by step, that there's a question here, but I have to also recognize the fact that staff at several different levels has also worked with these numbers, and somehow they kind of agree. So it's an issue for me, but it's not something that raises the flag, like literally the flag's in the water. So we're good there. Again, I'll repeat, the smaller house size is important to me, and it's smaller than 5750. And I wouldn't mind hearing from the applicant, because we never really concluded that discussion, I believe. But I do agree with me retracting the statement of, subgrade, let's just talk about total square footage and, go from there. That makes it less complicated. I really think that's it, except one last point, and that is one that I find very compelling, that standalone, neither of these subdivisions can subdivide but through a mechanism of the code, which I find, I'm not sure that I like at all. There can be additional development, so when we combine them, and that's an applicant's absolute right to amend and to request. I'm not too comfortable with that at all. Thank you, Michael.
Okay, Jack, thank you. Are there any other comments? George?
Okay, I see if I can do this in an understandable way. It seems like the key question, the critical issue is there enough land to allow for an additional lot? Does this meet the threshold of 70 acres? That really seems to be the underlying issue. And from that issue rose the question of high water mark, because that could determine if there is actually 70 acres available. Because the issue in terms of being able to merge these two lots into one through a plat amendment by code seems to be allowable. And as we, in my short time here, as we continue to get these little anomalies that come before us, before staff, that we've never seen before in your code, that then precipitates us to ask staff to revisit those codes and then to, if necessary, to correct them. So this is another one of those situations. It seems like they continue to crop up as applications before us become perhaps a little more complex as the years go by. The high water mark, I think we've had a very good discussion last meeting. I think it was reiterated today. And I think last meeting, it was agreed upon that there was an or choice in the code. And when we did our site visitation, which I mentioned last time, it was very clear and obvious where the River Creek ended and the vegetation started. And that may vary over from one year to the other year. It may vary because of how runoff occurs. If runoff occurs because the weather has gotten very warm in a very short period of time, and then we have precipitation like we had a few years ago, then runoff will come hot and heavy perhaps earlier than other times. So there's different factors on that, but I think ultimately this property has been surveyed, I believe, once or twice, at least once, perhaps twice. In addition, the applicant then went even a step further to get another study done by a wildlife biologist. And so I think the information is available that shows that their high water mark does not impact or negate the number of acres. And in terms of who does our surveys, there's only a few people in the county or in the valley that actually are surveyors. And I think that their reputation depends on their ability to provide accurate surveys. And I don't believe they can be bought, or I don't think their integrity can be questioned. It's not like we're having surveyors come from Kansas or elsewhere. These are longtime residents and longtime professionals. I think that big money doesn't always win. In fact, in my time here, big money has rarely won, and that is supported by the number of lawsuits against us by big money. I think that our process is fair. I think it's equitable. I believe that the public process that we put forth, which allows public comment, which allows great information. I want to compliment Jennifer as well, that we do follow code of ethics. And there is a course of action that goes forward. It may not be agreeable to everybody in terms of the end results, but I believe that the process is righteous, and I think that we act in a very ethical manner in all of our land use applications. Let's see. When we have a land use application come before us, either through special review, GMQS, or subdivision, part of that process is to determine what are the public benefits to approve that application. And we have the discretion to ask for even additional public benefits if we feel that's warranted. And we've done that in the past, and some applicants agree and move forward, and some don't, and the application goes away. In this case, I believe that there is substantial public benefits, and those have been noted earlier by the applicant. And if I could find my notes, it talks about certainly fire protection, which is very important for the neighborhoods in the rural area. It talks about trail access easements and perhaps future work with trail access and easements. It talks about maintaining irrigation and watering, which the applicant does not have to do. So I believe that there are substantial benefits that if this application were not to go through, that the applicant would not have to follow up on. When I first suggested that the applicant look at moving the recreational amenity or storage shed down to the lower bench. It was my intention that I felt that that would be actually a benefit to the neighbors because it would provide less visual impact. It would be out of the neighbor's viewpoint. So I thought I was really trying to help the neighbors lessen their impacts. If as Jennifer has noted, if for some reason that's not available because that lower bench is in the 100-year floodplain, then of course it would go back up, but we'll have to see. But it was my intent to lessen the visual impacts. It was also my intent to lessen the visual impacts to the neighbors by reducing the size of the home, because I know that was an issue early on as well. So with any application, I think there certainly is a give and a take. Ultimately, we struggle with the decision on personal property rights of the applicants as well as personal property rights of the adjoining neighbors. And it's always a struggle to try to balance those. And I believe we do that the best we can by continuing to ask tough questions, to ask the applicant to come back and provide additional benefits that we feel are warranted to allow an application to go forward. And I think that's what we've asked today. So, given all those comments, I would be comfortable in moving this forward to second reading, allowing the time between first and second reading to address any additional questions that the neighbors might have for staff, the opportunity for staff to re-look at and revisit one last time some of these numbers. Certainly the numbers that we all received just today will allow staff to check those numbers and make sure again that everything is as is stated. And that may be, let's see. I think that's good for me for right now.
Okay, thank you, George. Rob?
Yeah. I'll try not to reiterate in length what I've agreed with, which is everything I've heard from the other two commissioners. First, let's address the high water mark. Given our discussion on how the code is read and the analysis done by the expert, I also wrote down that surveyors' reputations are based on giving proper advice, and I highly respect all the information that was brought forward by Jennifer Long, but this is the route that the application went down in terms of saying vegetation. And reading through Jonathan's report, there's a great deal of information supporting those numbers. I think, as George said, or George or Jack said, that's one of the key elements to this whole application is, do they have the 70 acres? In regards to the major plat amendments, I agree with staff in terms of how they are determining that this is not a lot split among the pre-existing plat. This is a new plat that is going to have 70 acres that will allow for 7 units. The rec shed, I think that's something that's going to come before us for a whole nother review when that does come. So I think the applicant was wisely brought forth, and I asked for it in the last meeting, some sort of restriction on size, an idea of what the applicant would be willing to limit it to. So I'm glad that came. My biggest concern coming into today, having read through most of the material 4 or 5 times, was the ag land requirement for the 95% of previously historically irrigated lands. And the thing that I believe that the math that was brought forth, I had my calculator out here and redid it 3 or 4 times, is correct, but I do encourage staff to double check that for second reading.
But the preserved land language and the advice that Suzanne brought forth today regarding the preserved land is really what we're looking at, that you have the previously historic agriculture irrigated land, and that you are committing a percentage of that to be preserved, which is the lot minus the building envelopes, which is what I heard Suzanne say. I also agree that there is public benefit to this. And yes, although you may not say it's directly related to just the fact that a lot is split, I think it's the overall package that you have to look at and say all of the things with the fire safety, there is public benefit to this. The square footage on the house, I too would like to see the applicant kind of agree to the 5750 total square footage. I will recognize that the GMQS that was done as a reference kind of for today, the scoring allowed for the 8250 with 250 below grade. The applicant, as part of that GMQS, has brought forth the lower height level, which I'm very appreciative of that, because having walked the property on 2 occasions, I think there is kind of a hillside there, and having something that is higher, I think that was well appreciated that they brought that forward. I would kind of fall a little bit between what their by right is, which is 5750, and what their GMQS score allotment allocation is. Maybe saying 5750 is their total above grade and potentially a little additional below grade. But I'm all for moving this forward to second reading and having it wrapped up if all the answers are, if all the things are finalized in the next reading.
So, how do the commissioners want to proceed? Do we want to get a commitment from the applicant on house size? That seems to be, in general agreement, there's a real concern about house size. So,
Well, I guess I would, if this passes first reading, knowing that that's probably one of the caveats to move forward at second reading, the applicant understands that, they know they're going to have to really come back and throws a big bone.
Well, and I hear that loud and clear. Can I speak? I don't want
Yeah,
to.
sure.
I mean, it's a discussion that I feel like, as Jack said, we haven't completely finished, and I would like to. We are open to discussing reducing the GMQS allotment on that house. We are open to that. I just feel like I have to have the discussion with you guys. It's just important enough to me to understand how we get to what we agree to. And my job sitting here today. And I know we're all tired, and I don't want to rock the boat, so I'm happy.
I think in terms of discussion, I'm not sure we're going to get a discussion, but you've heard our feelings on it. I mean, it ranges from 3,500 square feet would be ideal, and to 57. That's the range. I haven't heard anything greater than that, or less than 3,500, right?
Well, I heard a little later by Rob.
I said between the GMQS and the by right 5750.
Slightly above 57. So that's I think the extent of it. What George has said is that second reading is going to be dependent on what you come forward with. That's a fair characterization.
And maybe I'll just throw my 2 cents in terms of getting between what Michael is suggesting, what I and what Jack is suggesting or suggested, is maybe you look at 5750, but within that include some subgrade. So then the total above ground home will be smaller, but you still end up at 5750 because some of that will be subgrade. Because again, one of my concerns, of course, and I think everyone's, is the visual impact. And you could sprawl a 5750 out on one level to to make it maybe fit with the landscape, where you can put it 2 levels, or you can do a sub-level and then a smaller footprint above. But I think that's what you're hearing from us, and I think it's balls in your park.
I'm hearing all the requests and what it should be. I guess the discussion I'm looking to have is that the GMQS system is set up so that public benefits were derived from the FAR that the GMQS allots. And so there are public benefits that are going to stay in place, but the applicant and the owner is being asked to just keep those benefits in place through the GMQS system, but give up FAR that the GMQS system gave you by giving those public benefits. That's the discussion I really want to have. I hear what you guys want as far as house size. I'm more about the process.
Yes, Jack. Well, having been on Planning and Zoning Commission in the 90s and done scoring, a little bit different process, of course, we revised. Now sitting as a commissioner, I feel it's very clear that the GMQS process is just part of the process. There's the whole package, that what you're requesting. And so you did not, when you got approved with the 24 points, I think, versus the 22 necessary, whatever it was, you met that threshold and, yeah, move on. But that doesn't mean at the end of the day that we have to agree in total with that number, because that was not a use by right. That was a passing of the GMQS test and the benefits, as we heard and we all agree. So we're asking for an adjustment, and pretty much several different places here. And I think Michael's correct. We're not going to, I would not think it's appropriate to negotiate, talk further. You guys just got to do a little soul searching and come in.
Well, if you could kick me right now, you probably would.
So, just a second. So, the other issues, it seems to me, have all been addressed by the commissioners, and so I really think that we are at a house size question. The concerns that I have are dog control. And also I have the idea of a 750 square foot recreational building. That's, could be a 25 by 30 foot building. That's really substantial. If it were not enclosed, if it were a pole shed of some sort with roofed over, but if it were all enclosed, I would really, that's a significant building down below. I know there's some, and it's also next to a significant area, which is a riparian area, which has values there that could be impinged on just by the presence of a building, enclosed building. So if you come up with a building that's open to the elements except for a roof, that's one thing. If it's totally enclosed and locked and that kind of thing, I'm not particularly interested in that kind of structure next to a riparian area. So those are two personal issues of mine. Do the commissioners want to move this to second reading? Is that what I'm hearing with if the applicant comes back with some response in that second reading to what we've been talking about?
Yeah, I would make a motion to move it and see where we're at.
Okay, Suzanne, exactly how do we move? Do we take these 3 items? There's 3 separate resolutions, right?
Right, so you need to do 3 separate motions.
So we do 3 separate motions for each of the resolutions. So on the first one, let's see, I have to find this resolution.
I've got it, Mike.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to move the Bartlett Parcel Subdivision PUD Conceptual Subdivision Activity Envelope Review, approve on first reading.
Second.
No, I didn't finish that, I'm sorry. It was activity envelope review, GMQS exemptions, and major plat amendment.
To the Warren Fork Meadow subdivision.
May I clarify? Yes. George, are you going off the language of the title?
Oh, no, I'm going off the language.
Because that probably is the most appropriate.
So a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County, Colorado, granting approval to the BARDA parcel subdivision PUD conceptual submission, activity envelope review, and subdivision exemption for a major plat amendment to the Warren Fork Meadow subdivision PUD.
Yeah, thank you for that correction. So moved.
Second. Any further discussion on that?
The second reading will be set to February 8th, correct?
A date certain?
That's what we said.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I put in the memo as a recommendation.
Okay. Is that,
I'm just asking if that's the
is that, yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I just, at the end of these three motions, I'd like to make a comment directing the applicants for the next meeting, but it's not specific to one of these things.
Okay.
And Michael, may I? I'd like to, gentlemen, you heard my comments, I'm not going to be redundant. So we'll land where we land on each individual, but, we don't need to go over my comments.
So there's a motion and a second for this resolution. No further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Michael, I think the only issue, it sounds like over here, they prefer the next meeting after that.
We just don't want to be scrambling, because we keep finding ourselves scrambling, and I want to get it all organized and right in your hands and ahead of time, so.
So what day do you?
I think I assume your next one is the 22nd? Takes time.
Yes.
So if it's okay that way, we prefer that.
Is that okay with the motion and the seconder?
What's, it's going to be second hearing for what day?
22nd of February.
22nd of February.
Is that okay? So noting that you have limited mobility and we don't want you scrambling, we'll do it till the 22nd.
Appreciate it, thank you.
Thank you.
Here, would you call all opposed?
Yes. Anyone opposed?
Opposed.
Opposed. Did I do four?
I'm opposed to
You're opposed.
reading of this resolution, the approval of this
Okay.
resolution.
And I'm sorry, Lindy, did I call for approval?
You called?
Yes.
Yes, you did.
Yes.
I did not.
I did not call for.
Right.
And I don't know if you voted, Michael.
Yes, in the aye, yes.
So I have 3-1, correct?
Yes. The next is an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County, Colorado, rezoning the BARDA parcel with a planned unit development PUD designation as an overlay to the AR-10 zoning. Is that correct, Suzanne?
Yes.
Is that our next? Is there a motion?
Second.
Second. Is there any further discussion on that item? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed.
The next item is a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County, Colorado, granting 2010 rural area residential GMQS allotments for new lots and parcels. Now, Suzanne, yes,
We're going to wait a minute.
What would just be, I had a continuation on it.
so the staff is recommending a continuation on that
Right, so continue that to the same date.
to February 22nd. Is that okay with the board?
I would like to continue the resolution of the Board of County Commissioners. GMQS lots.
Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, so it's four.
Yeah, 4-0.
Yes. So, Rob wants to make some comments.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment. One, because, I just finished my first year here on the BOCC, and
I'm learning something through every one of these processes that I go to, but I want to specifically address some direction towards to the applicant regarding what Scott had said about having to, given the direction to have to come with a proposal that we may or may not pass without having a discussion with them, which me as a new commissioner seems obviously somewhat a little odd and challenging, and I understand that. So I'm going to give you the direction that I would like you to see it. My thought, and I feel like I'm on the high end of the commissioners here, that GMQS is put into, the scoring is put in place for a reason, to give us a public benefits in order to grant allotment sizes and that sort of stuff. And obviously we've got that vested right per lot as well. I would hope that you would come back to the next meeting with an argument saying that this is what you're offering through GMQS, or what you've offered, even though that got continued today, and saying that this is what we feel is consistent with the neighboring, and make an argument to us. That's what I would like to see for making my final decision on what square footage is appropriate in this space. It's not something that we've dived in tremendously through each one of these PUD applications. But if you could come forward with as much evidence on your side of why you feel something is appropriate in that space, and then we can make a decision based through hearing your argument on those things. And that's the way I would like the information fed to me to make a final decision on what I feel is appropriate for square footage for that space. And obviously we're not all going to be on the same level as commissioners, and certainly we can relook at the code and making code amendments down the road in terms of what should be allowable within Pickens County in various AR-10s or whatever, to change those things. But you're given a certain code, you're going to make your arguments. We have the discretion to be between this point and this point. Hopefully you'll make an argument that will yield a decision that we can move forward, as opposed to making an argument to a decision that we say, I'm sorry, we're not going to accept that, and then the whole thing dies right then and there, which is, we've gone through a lot for this to just die right then and there. So that would be my advice and my little feedback on, I think, where you're coming from as an applicant.
George? This is sort of like point and counterpoint. I would suggest, because you're going to need at least 3 votes to move this forward, that not to come forward with an argument in terms of why you want something, but you've heard our comments. Mitch has been through this process more than once. He understands how this is going to may or may not fall out. So you need to come with us, as I said earlier, with a big bone, and not with an argument in terms of why you feel you should be entitled to whatever you think you should be entitled to. So that would be my comment.
That's a good spectrum. Shall we end on?
Yeah.
The word entitlement will not be used.
Any further comments for the applicant? I'll just make some comments. This has been a very long process, as long as any process we've gone through on subdivision, quite frankly. And we're still going through it. This is not the end. This is not the end. But it looks like the beginning of the end. So, but I appreciate the sincerity of the applicants and the effort they put in. But I also appreciate, and I know the commissioners do, the input of the public on this issue, and the neighbors, and how much effort and time they put in on it. And they should not be discouraged. They should be encouraged. The commissioners are doing their very best to get the best possible results here. And if taking their time is any indication of that, we're really exceeding those kinds of expectations. And so our gratitude is to the public and to those comments and to the concern of those neighbors, which are deeply appreciated. So there is going to be a second hearing. It is going to be February 22nd. And I encourage everyone to stay involved and see what the outcome is. Thank you.
you all. Appreciate it. Try to make second reading easier.
Hey, so, you still be gimping?
Yes.
We're going to just take 5 minutes and then we'll get to open discussion.
Hopefully I'll crush it.
So we're back at 4:15. This is the BOCC regular meeting on January 25th. We just concluded the BARDA portion of our hearing. We're at open discussion. I know we wanted to talk about the Jim Marcalunas proposal about the Midland Bridge, also known as the Maroon Creek Bridge, and there are other open discussion items?
Yeah, I've got a few other items I can list those out, or if you just want to hit them as they come.
Well, let's talk about Jim Marcalunas' proposal. How do we want to handle that, board?
So what I understand is Jim is just asking us for a resolution for support. And I would support that with the caveat that knowing that Jim is going to be working with the Aspen Historical Society, the Colorado Trust, the family, to make sure, and I don't know who else needs to be involved in terms of not only the language of the sign, but the size, the makeup, in terms of how that should be addressed.
And if I may, I know Jim asked for a resolution, and the board's free to do that. A letter, in this case, would probably almost have the same effect, that the board would, provide a letter of support for that. So I think either way you wanted to go, and George counting the things that...
But does the county have to weigh in terms of size of the plaque, since it's in the county, or no?
I think so.
I assume it's going to be placed in the CDOT right-of-way, but maybe. I don't know.
Not that I'm aware of.
Well,
a resolution would be kind of an announcement to the public, or a thing to the public. A letter, who are we writing the letter to? Well, I think it'd be to CDOT in this case, because the plaque would be placed in their right-of-way on their bridge, and so he's going to need permission from CDOT. And what I understood his request to be was some sign of support from the county to CDOT for the placement of that plaque.
Jack?
I'm certainly supportive of the concept, but things, for example, the size and what the content is, are still up in the air. So I'm not sure which way to proceed. If we did a resolution, and I think Rob's right, it would have a little bit more public feel of support by a reso and a formal action. If it could be very generic and mention that the issues of content and size are to be determined through the process of working with the various players that Jim mentioned, that would be fine. Generic is the way I could support because of the unknowns.
I also think we should include Susanna Reed, right, as our historical officer. She wasn't mentioned, but I think she needs to win. So I think, I agree, I think a resolution saying, seeing that the historical character of Pickett County is important to the residents of Pickett County, and the preservation of those historical details, one of which is the erection, the completion of this bridge, the reselling of this bridge, and the involvement of a local family who still reside in this community, that we would support something to that effect, right? That's sort of generic. And then include, these packets as sort of attachments to that resolution. And we'll go forward from there. Is that okay with the commission? I see you had certain nine.
I like that idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could say, though, that might not be the final product. That's a good representative of our thinking, or something, quote unquote, like that.
There's a background to this resolution supporting the history of the Midland Bridge. So next open discussion item.
Yeah, the next item is a request from Mesa Land Trust to join in an amicus brief, and I'll turn that over to John.
Yes, we did talk about this briefly yesterday after the executive session concluded, but given the way it came up at the very end of the meeting, there wasn't much of an opportunity for anybody to hear the discussion, even though it was open. The Mesa Land Trust is the beneficiary of a conservation easement, which is located in Mesa County on property located there. The particular property involved now has an owner who wishes to convey separately from the land the water rights that are pertinent to that property, obviously for additional financial benefit, and allow the land to go dry and to take it out of any potential agricultural production. The language of the conservation easement in question prohibits such a conveyance and requires that the water be maintained in the same ownership as the land. The conservation easement, to my knowledge, does not go any further than that to require active agriculture take place, but I think the intent of the easement, as is the case in many of the easements that we do here in Pitkin County, that if the land is maintained in an undeveloped fashion and the water is maintained and continues to be associated and used upon that land consistent with its decreed right, that agriculture will continue. At any rate, the property owner involved has challenged that particular term of the conservation easement. It was tried in the district court, and the property owner did not prevail. The Mesa Land Trust did, and so the property owner is now appealing it to the Colorado Court of Appeals. The Mesa Land Trust has asked us, along with a great number of other interested parties or potentially interested parties, to join as an amicus, as a friend to the court, in support of their arguments that water rights so restricted should not be allowed to be conveyed separately from the property. They are looking for amicus curiae from about upwards of 20 different parties. I'm not sure who has signed on to it, with the exception of, I do know that ABLT and the Nature Conservancy have already signed on as amicus for the briefing effort. And so the request was made to us to entertain the same effort. It does not represent any work or outlay of time on our part. The brief which we would join has already been drafted, and we would be contributing only in our name. The matter was reviewed briefly by the county's Healthy Rivers and Streams Board as well as the Open Space and Trails Board, and both passed on a unanimous recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners that we cooperate as an amicus and support the efforts of the Mesa Land Trust. And that is it.
Are there any questions for John? Yes, Jack.
Yeah, I would certainly support that request and join in with the amicus brief. I think for two reasons. One, this desire to sell water rights and segment them off the land is a contradiction of the conservation easement. And it's just totally unfair. It's like the individual wants a double dip. Got the conservation easement and for under whatever conditions, and now wants to cash in on the on a secondary level, as it were, and that's just not right. It's not fair to the intent of the conservation easement, and it's certainly not consistent with our policy.
Thank you, Jack. So, does the board agree with Jack? Do we want to enter into this amicus curiae? Okay, so you've got that direction, John.
Okay.
Next time, we had talked future agendas yesterday with Cindy about doing a follow-up meeting in Basalt with Division of Wildlife. We do have some dates back from Kevin Wright on that, which are February 13th, which is a Monday, and February 15th, which is a Wednesday. It's an off week for us, and we wanted to see if we could get some feedback from you guys about if either of those dates would work better for you, so we can start to plan that.
Board? That was 13 or 15.
13 or 15, Monday or Wednesday.
It's the only time Kevin really had available.
Yeah, works for me either day.
Either day.
Rob?
Either day is okay with me.
Chad?
Well, to be forthright, neither date works because of my exercise class, but I think I just might have to miss class.
You can always run with yourself.
And I definitely need it, so, one way or another, we'll have to get our exercise in. But, I don't know, I kind of like the idea of Wednesday because we'll have Monday to prepare for Tuesday's meeting, and I don't really know what the agenda is or if it'll change. So I kind of lean towards a Wednesday.
Is a preference, can we say a 15th preference? Is that okay? But either day works fine.
And what would the time of those be? I believe we had targeted a 6 o'clock start time. We have not sat down with Kevin and planning staff yet to kind of figure out what the length would be, but I think it's reasonable plan for at least a 2-hour meeting, taking into account questions and public comment and such.
And then we're still looking for a location as well.
Still looking for location. I don't have confirmation. I know they're going to be looking first at the Basalt Town Hall, so I don't have any confirmation on that yet.
Okay, so a preference for the 15th, either day will work, starting at approximately 6 o'clock, location to be in or near Basalt.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
And the last item, and Jack, I may need your help. Whoops, that was bad timing.
No, I apologize. I have to get the
That's okay.
Ruth, or else I miss her for exercise.
Okay. So I'll just talk to Phil the time for a second. Yesterday, Jack had handed out the issue surveys for CCI and requested that we make a time to talk about those. In my notes, this is set for discussion at NACO on March 7th. I believe Jack said they were looking for feedback before February 7th. And this is actually our last time together before then. And so I wanted to go ahead and distribute these out. Each commissioner.
What happens next Tuesday? It's not February 7th.
We have an off week. We have an off week.
Next Tuesday, we don't have a work session next Tuesday?
No, it's the fourth week of January. Yeah. George, I'm glad I'm in good company because I did the same thing actually this morning. Really? So, Jack, this is the CCI issue form survey that you handed out yesterday. We're actually on an off week next week, so this was our last meeting because my understanding is they wanted these in February 7th. Now, my understanding...
February 3rd.
Oh, I'm sorry, February 3rd. So
yeah, it's even worse.
Okay. Each commissioner can choose 6 items on your own. As we discussed last year, to the degree that we can build consensus about the items that we sign off on, speaking with a unified voice, we get a little bit more bang for the issue, let's say. And so I don't know if we want to, you may need to take a few minutes and look through these, and then we can open up a discussion.
Yes.
And the other thing that we did last year was when we tried to come up with a consensus on some of these, we didn't pick ones that you felt and Rachel felt were no-brainers anyway. They were going to go forward.
Yeah, like Hill.
So rather than waste our vote on something like that, we looked at other ones that may not have as much support, but we felt was important.
Yes, Rob.
Does anybody, Jack, or anybody have an idea of how these are treated? I mean, is it just like a vote and then they use it as a reference at a meeting and say, well, statewide, 23% said they want this to be an issue, or and statewide 80% said they want this to be an issue, so let's...
Well, Michael, quick mayor.
Yes.
Basically, what happens is these items have been drafted by the CCI membership, and there'll be a vote on them, and the items, the top 6, it's very simple, the top 6 go to our representatives when we go to NACO, the National Organization of Counties, at their annual meeting. I believe it's the annual meeting. And so they'll be bringing along these items, the top 6 vote getters, as it were. And so every commissioner, and it's kind of weird, we have several hundred commissioners in the state that we get to vote.
So just to be clear, this is the voting ballot, and the top 6 of these
become the
initiative for the NACO meeting from Colorado.
Yes, from Colorado. Yeah, I never really understood why they don't just have each county weigh in, because it seems, though it's very democratic, it's not practical. And that's why we discussed in the past and have wanted to, have a certain number of these if we can find some, consensus and support for it, so we have a stronger voice.
Well, I would just give my proxy to Jack and Rachel. Call it good. 'Cause, that's how strongly I feel about it.
Well, some of these issues are certainly complex, and they're national issues. That's the key here. You go, for example, the second one, Clean Water Act, guidance, nice language here. Guidance regarding identification of waters protected by CWA. Well, that's the Clean Water Act. But then when you read it, it actually talks about NACO outlined their concerns with draft guidance document. Quite frankly, NACO isn't on the same page as Pitkin County about the navigable waters of the United States. They don't want that definition in there, and we have always represented that we think, it's appropriate. Of course, there's always a debate how you define navigable, and there was an amendment maybe 5 years ago that changed the definition. It's a real national debate, and we don't really support, like the second one. I don't think we should support that. It's very limited in the definition of what Clean Water Act should be.
So, board, in essence, should we keep this overnight, it seems to me, and turn it into John tomorrow? Because this is quite a lengthy list.
It is a lengthy list, yeah. It would be appropriate.
As long as you did it in a very timely manner. Or you could just give, as I have indicated, give your proxy to Jack and Rachel, and that would build consensus on it. Because that seems to be the important part.
What I'd like to, taking on your suggestion, maybe suggest here is that we take this and, take a look at it tonight, in the next few days, and then if you have any strong suggestions, let's vote wherever you're at, wherever you want, and then Rachel and I ought to take whatever we get from everyone and work with those suggestions. And of course, we have our own background too. Some of these sound real great on the surface, but then you got to understand where they came from, which we are not totally knowledgeable about all of that, I have to admit, because this is the first time we've seen this annual.
George?
I think because we're short of time, I would refer to Rachel and Jack. Rachel is actually going to be going to NACO on our behalf, but also I believe that each of us should be sending these in as well because they all count, right, Jack?
Oh, absolutely.
So,
You know,
So if perhaps if you have a chance to work with Rachel and let us know where you think the 6 appropriate ones should be, we can look at it. We could either concur or not, but at least we know when we want to mark our sheets and then move it forward.
Yeah,
and then we would fax this, give this to Charlotte to fax it. How do we get this to?
That's what we did last year. Yeah, if we get it into Charlotte, we can get them faxed into CCI.
That's what I was.
But they don't require signatures, so I'm not sure that, if we just have 6 with the same X's on them, there's no signature.
Oh.
It's a little lot.
No, but they're going to know it came from Picken County.
Right. No, so we could, I'm suggesting, at least in terms of my proxy, is that it has the same X's that Jack and Rachel suggest.
I like George's idea that we at least pick several top ones that are, hot topics that need to be forwarded. And Rachel is more knowledgeable than I because she goes to the winter conference. I go to the summer conference, so we really don't deal with this because the winter conference is the beginning of the public lands group that meets in NACO, etc. I think George's got a good idea. Rachel and I definitely ought to talk and share something with you all. And then we can, we do have 9 days, whatever it is.
Yeah, we've got till the 3rd, so is that right? Which is next Friday.
Yeah, 9 days, and 8 to the. But we want to certainly maintain everyone's independence and ability to vote however they want. Also, it was last year we agreed at least the top 4 or whatever it was. We go forward here.
Do you need this for the record? So, I think we've got direction. Jack and Rachel are going to defer and get back to the board. And
I'll email her tonight.
All within a matter of minutes, and we'll go.
Can I make a suggestion
Yes.
on timeline regarding that? We have our retreat on Thursday and Friday. These are due Friday. If you could have your recommendations to us by Thursday, and then we could turn them all in on Friday, at least we could use your recommendations for our sheets.
Yeah, we might have a quick moment to just touch base, John. That's excellent timing. I'd forgotten about the similar 2nd, 3rd.
We actually have a retreat starting on Wednesday.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we'll have that meeting. Has that date been set? That's a different topic at that time.
Wednesday 1 to 3, I think, was the preferred time.
So there's just all what Rob suggested.
Does that work with the presenter?
Yes,
At least today it does.
We should definitely be ready to make some suggestions Thursday when we get to the retreat.
Well, as George pointed out, the retreat starts Wednesday at 1.
Yeah, well, I didn't want to give it exactly that week, because I really don't know. Rachel, I know, is traveling now to Water Congress and to Club 20, so she's probably toast for the week. I really don't know. I haven't touched exact base.
Yes, George?
Is Rachel available on February 1st?
Susan's still working on that. We don't know for sure if she is. So that, unfortunately, we don't know. Yeah.
Well, and has there been any talk about the time to change the TC prep meeting?
Yeah, it got moved. I believe Susan was getting that moved to the morning of, as we had discussed. So that's the EOTC prep meeting. Let me just double check here.
And hopefully it's not early in the morning, then we have 3 hours to kill between the retreat. I'd like it sort of back right up, like a working lunch, John, if possible. So it only pertains to that and myself. But
that you should guys determine.
Sensible schedule.
Yeah, right now it's scheduled at 11 o'clock, and then we'd have an hour lunch, and then And unless you want to do it over lunch, I'm sure we could get it scheduled for that too.
Yeah, I mean, how long do you think we'll need?
Um,
An hour?
yeah, I'm thinking an hour.
I can do work at lunch.
Okay.
Around.
But start 15 minutes early, so you have a, whatever.
Okay.
Any other items for open discussion?
I'm sorry, no, I was looking at the calendar.
Are there any open discussion items that the commissioners want to address? George?
Yeah, just another question, I have one. So we have not been able to actually contact Rachel at all via phone or email? Or?
Well, George, I've been in. I haven't talked to Susan today to see if she's gotten in touch with her. Yeah, she's available on her cell phone usually.
The only one I have on open discussion is we had an interview yesterday for the conflict board position, an applicant. Do we need to act on that?
Yeah.
Thank you for bringing that up. Yeah.
I would be prepared to endorse Ryan Jarvis for the conflict board. Other commissioners? So.
Okay.
And we'll continue to advertise for the ag.
Yes, we are continuing to advertise for the Agricultural Advisory Committee.
Well, just, since it's been a year since we really dove into all of the volunteer citizen boards, can you just at some point get us an update on where we are with what needs to be filled, what vacancies there are across the board on everything there? It seems like we've been making good progress. So.
Yeah, there's still a few boards like the Conflict of Interest Committee that we have not gotten filled up, but we certainly have improved our timelines in terms of responsiveness and such.
Yes, I find it always useful to periodically, I mean, it could be only once a year, get a listing of who's on all the boards, and that's already in format, as well as the vacancies.
And it was cleaned up so much a year ago with the new spreadsheets and everything, so it should be good and easy to raise. Yes, George.
So then, John, since we're not meeting next Tuesday, but we have a possible retreat on Wednesday, when will we know, and will there be any materials that we'll need to pick up?
Yeah, we had a meeting today. We're putting together notebooks right now. The socioeconomic profiles are coming in this week, and so we hopefully will have our packets together by Friday or at least Monday morning, the latest.
And then will we also have the information, or at least Rob and I, but I would also like to have the rest of the board have the basic information on the EOTC that we're going to be discussing. So the board has all the background, and perhaps if the board has a chance to read that, they may be able to provide us with any questions we may want to ask or discuss.
Okay. And we are going to have 2 subcommittee meetings, so you're going to get more than one opportunity to have those discussions.
I think it would be valuable for the entire board to have access to that same information and be able to.
Okay.
They may pick up on some possible things.
Okay.
Any further discussion? Shall we adjourn the meeting?
We shall.
Okay. Adjourn. Thank you, Jordan. Aye.